Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, 420, April the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Tank. You guys can hear me, see my screen. There's that Riven. I keep having a price alert set for Riven, RIVN, another all-time low for Riven. So what is happening? Of course, Tesla had earnings after hours yesterday and has been hammered. Oops, Tesla, not T-Cell. Tesla. Earnings after hours yesterday, and it's been hammered down, actually down $15, 8.5%. There's a level right there, a low of 163.91 is back here. This is back on March 13th. So I'm sure that's dragging most of the EV plays down. Haven't checked them all, but Riven, of course, Riven was already down before Tesla. So on a personal note, AUGX, I was able to just get a little bit of it. AUGX. This is another AI play. At least it has AI in their press release. Ooh, I think it does anyway. Yeah, phew. Okay. Yeah, so it announced a partnership with HCA Healthcare to accelerate the development of AI-enabled ambient documentation. Okay, so we're calling this an AI play, and yeah, I got a little bit over that three level, kind of like I think it was Tank did the same thing. Boy, it popped right up to 374, and as it was moving down, I got out of everything. So a little bit of fun this morning for me on the AUGX. UIHC is, yeah, big gap up. Trying to see why. So this is after hours, 419, entered into a memorandum with the Florida Department of Financial Services. Okay, so they had some news after hours. You can see the big pop, excuse me, in this mauve area. This is the after hours on our charts, the mauve area, big pop, got up to 322. Meanwhile, CFRX is, I did not take this one, but CFRX is just really moving again. Let me see if there's any news. Presentation at their third annual ECMID, and another low float, of course, 1.5 million in the float. CNSP, gapping up. I don't think it's any news today. It's just kind of a continuation of the activity, really. We had the big day a couple of days ago, then 4 days ago, 3 days ago. I think they were also presenting somewhere. A little more expensive one, and this was low volume, but this is an earnings play. FFIV is an earnings play. Big gap down, not a ton of volume yet. They released earnings after hours, and you can see the gap down after hours, and now it's gapping down even further. And this FFIV on earnings. DHI, I think, is an earnings play also. DHI. Yeah, DHI is an earnings play, another more expensive one. Almost an all-time high. Almost an all-time high for DHI. LVS is an earnings play. LVS is an earnings play also. Las Vegas Sands. Nice gap up for it. Again, released after hours and is still holding the after hours gap. T-Mobile. T. Oop, I'm sorry. I keep saying it like that. AT&T is not T-Mobile. Sorry. AT&T. That's a big gap down for 7 billion in the float. Big gap down for AT&T. Getting closer to that 200-day moving average. STX Seagate. STX is also an earnings play, gapping down on earnings, and they were through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Also, they got slapped with a $300 million fine, I think, for selling stuff to Huawei. I think. Sure, I read that somewhere. Here we go. Yeah, fine $300 million for Huawei exports. Plus, it's an earnings play. And PTPI was doing its thing again. PTPI, if it's held, yeah, it's kind of held. 749, pulled back down to 711. High of 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago was 859-ish. Then the OCEA. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking. The problem I have with that one, Real, is when I had picked it, it was so. I remember now. I'm only using a 5-minute chart, so it was so far above the 5-minute, the channel or the top. Oh, yeah, what a comeback! And I didn't even know it was. Yeah, now there are some shares available, 7,000 shares to short. Now, let me just do something here. We're now starting to get into earnings season. Okay, so if you're using my pre-market actives up and down, this is what you can do. I have an earnings date column. Just sort on it. Double left click. Okay. Now scroll down, and you'll start to see the 0.25 means they released earnings pre-market. Minus 0.25 means they released after hours. Real mentioned calcs. It is now showing up. The volume was too low for me to see it first, but there's the CALX, but it's very low volume so far. But that's how you can identify your earnings plays. If you sort on the earnings column and then scroll down until you start to see the 0.25s. I'll do the same thing with the earnings column for the gap downs. There's probably more of them. Yeah, there's a lot more of them. So, there's no Nokia. A key could be interesting. Bank could be interesting. It's got to really break out of here though. But it is an earnings play. There's the AT&T, there's the Seagate STX. Somebody, SI, who cares? Tesla, there's the FFIV. Zion is another earnings play today. Now, there will be others, okay? It's just the fact, though, that these are the only ones that are meeting my filter requirements right now, okay? But you'll start to see this list like a huge list displayed starting next week and probably for about 3 weeks as all these companies start releasing earnings. There's my favorite William AA Alcoa released earnings also. And Zion. Something happened to my top lists. Come on. There we go. Something happened. Every now and then that happens. Not to every top list, but it hasn't happened in quite a while. But anyway, but this is you can see lots of earnings plays that are appearing here. And if we're wondering what 0.75 means, it means they release earnings after hours. I don't pay that much attention to those. I'm really just interested in the ones that released earnings after hours yesterday and this morning before the market opens, of course. Those are my earnings plays, the ones that I pay attention to. I'm hearing Lucid, LCID. Probably, is this an all-time low? Not quite. It's a lot like Riven. So there's Lucid and Riven. XPAV, another EV play. Now we're in for a bit of a rocky open, guys. I know the SPY is down right now 2.8, so SPY is down, so we're in for a rocky open. Yesterday was kind of mixed. Dow was basically, or sorry, Dow was a little bit down. The Nas was basically flat, as was the SPY. Okay, let's take a look. It's funny, it's hilarious reading. I got sucked in a little bit into. Well, I didn't participate, but just reading the comments about Bed Bath and Beyond (BBBY). The conspiracy theorists are full bore ahead, guys. Oh man, I feel so sorry for these people who get sucked into these things. And anyway, there is Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay, guys, 9:12. Let me see if my upgrades and downgrades have hit my email. And the answer is no, not yet. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So virtually every sector is going to be down. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then scroll down to the Show More and Sector Status. The only one that could be up is energy, but I haven't looked at the energy prices. No, everything's down. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors: XLE, the major sector for ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% in red. What does that mean? 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And so there is no positive sector as we speak. They're all very, very red compared to yesterday's close. Now, again, it doesn't mean that all these stocks are gapping down huge. They could just be down like 0.00001% below yesterday's close, and that'll be negative. But nonetheless, there's no positive sector to start. And after yesterday, probably not that much changed regarding the 200-day moving average. I'm looking at a couple of them to see if they're almost back over. Like most of them are over. I'm sorry, that's not XLP. XRT. XRT is what I wanted. XRT was close. It was starting to get closer, but still below the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at finance, because that was getting closer. It's starting to inch its way up, but again, we had a bit of a down day in the Dow yesterday. Yeah, but look at this, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. I think it was discretionary that was down. Okay. Yeah, discretionary looks like it's going to pop back down through the 200-day moving average today. Right now, it's just a little bit below. But all the major sectors are still above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, there's my briefing.com. Whoa, so now we're getting some more downgrades and upgrades. So let me get some of them in. See if there's anything interesting, maybe some upgrade or downgrade from Goldman's. Let's take a look. Get the upgrades in first. I'm going to put them in the Discord room first. Is that Relay continuing to get upgrades and price targets. You keep hearing key. That means it keeps moving down, guys. So key is moving down on earnings. Okay, so I don't see anything that interesting on the upgrades. Let's take a look at the downgrades. And again, I'll get them in the main room and just I can put them in our Discord room first. Makes it easier to copy them from there. See that Goldman has downgraded Wheaton, WPM. We'll take a look at that one. A few more to go. All right, we'll get these up. Oops, a mistake there. Take a look at WPM. All right, so this has been downgraded. No reaction yet. See, put a price target on it. Neutral. So okay, so it's not. It's a downgrade, but it's not like the huge downgrade. Yeah, PTPI is still higher. It's getting closer and closer to that high of 4 days ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah, 4 days ago, which is 852. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, let's see if this little AUGX is an AI play. They put AI in their press release. Let's see if this is. I hadn't seen this one before. Let's see if this one, it's holding. It's kind of holding. There's the VWAP at 327. So it is holding still. It hasn't completely and utterly collapsed. And this is, let's take a look on a monthly chart because I don't see, now this may have been a symbol change. Oh, maybe not. Excuse me. Okay. So on a monthly chart, we are looking at the next high. Looks like 390. Where to get to this morning? I got up to 373. So on a monthly chart, it looks like 390 is the next high. You get through that, then you're looking at 622. I'm just pointing out these areas. Doesn't mean it's getting there. Maybe this was an IPO. I just don't know anything about. I sort of remember, but anyway, they put AI in their press release this morning with the partnership with HCA. Is this going to put doctors out of work? I just put in my symptoms and let the chatbot tell me, okay, here's what you got, here's what you can do. I think you mean SNES, but let me. I think I saw. I did see it. Oh, maybe not. Maybe you do mean SNSE. Well, there is news. Do you not have any sort of a newsreader, Blaine? It's Interact. I don't know if you have Interactive Brokers, but this is the news. Gains on FDA IND clearance for solid tumors candidate, but it is pulled way back. So it's still up a little bit, but and a lot of volume. You're right, a lot of volume, big float. No news. No news. You guys with Fidelity, there's not any sort of news, really. Always. Oh, okay. Really? Okay. So you don't have an individual company news feed that you can, with AI, it's really, I mean, I think AI is great. I mean, when I type in a symbol, so if I type in, whoops, you can't see it now, defeated the purpose. Just give me a moment. So here's my news feed for out of Interactive Brokers. And the minute I click on a symbol, NVTA, there it is, NVTA. And then if I see something I want, if it's a big headline, then I just click on it and there's the headline. Not that this one was a good one, but surprised not all brokers have something like this. It's hard for me to believe. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying it's just in this day and age. But that really shouldn't be the news that's causing the pop, of course, Blaine. I mean, they should have something like this, gains on the FDA IND. What's that new drug, innovative new drug clearance or something like that? All these acronyms. I mean, that's the reason. Time to switch to Interactive Brokers. Yeah, this AUGX is still holding, guys. Little bottoming tails here. The sellers have tried to knock it down, but AUGX is still holding. And PTPI getting closer and closer to that high of a few days ago. The high of last week, getting closer and closer to the high of last week, which was 852. I am not in this one. All about the float, guys. 1.4 million in the float. That is the reason. Keep an eye on SPR. I saw it yesterday. I just completely lost sight of it. It's very stupid of me. I was waiting for a break over 30.78. I mean, it didn't go that much. It moved a dollar above that. So it is still above that high, I believe. No, it's sort of sitting right at that high. 30.77. 30.77 is the high of 3 days ago, 4 days ago. And that's, of course, when it got slammed down on that issue with Boeing. But it's been trying to recover. So maybe put your alert again at that 30.77 mark and see if it takes that out again and starts to fill in this void. Boeing basically said we're not discontinuing our partnership with them. My thoughts on Dr. MA. I did see it. Thought it was a little bit active this morning. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I can say. It's just a trade, there's no, I guess they did have some news trading higher after the company announced it received a response from the FDA regarding its Type C CMC meeting, stated the kinds provided. Okay, so it had some news. I guess that's positive news. Now, whether it, rips higher from here, that float insanely low, 600,000, even if it's a little bit higher than that. So that's hard to know what's going to happen. But at least it did have some news. Oh, you better put that. Yeah, opening range breakout. Yes. Okay, good. Thank you, Will. Usually it's just O or B, but yeah. So again, when you ask me my thoughts, I mean, I have no idea what direction it's going. I got up to 369. It's pulled back down to 3. Had some news. Super crazy low float. Comerica? Is this Comerica? CMA? Yeah, Comerica. Uh, it's an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. Comerica, another, I guess, is this a regional bank or is it more national? Anyway, Comerica, CMA. You guys have so many banks in your country. Thank you, Mr. William. Yeah, less than a minute for the market to open. So, guys, let's have a great trading day today. Market is going to open definitely weaker. We'll have to see what happens from there. Maybe we'll get my favorite day, a big gap down, and then a recovery for at least several hours. That gives us some interesting bounce plays sometimes, especially stocks that are just moving down because of the market, not moving down specifically because they did anything wrong, bad earnings release or bad press release. So I'll get rid of this and get set for this open. So I thought that's what I thought. I thought it was more of a national bank rather than regional. Okay, there we go, guys. We are now open for business, and there's GME. Okay, now why this race has stopped is because might have to load another race. The reason is because there's no stocks meeting the filter requirements. If I open the top list, Look at this, no stock right now because the market is gapped down a bit. No stock meeting the filter requirements. These are stocks that are moving higher, and no large cap gainers meeting these filter requirements are doing that. So there's that Riven, guys, all-time low, right? Our all-time low now for Riven, not counting, of course, you don't count anything happening in the after hours or pre-market, but this is an all-time low now for Riven, RIVN. UIHC, which has some news. So you would think that we'll get some of the 10-day daily breakdowns today, assuming the market remains negative for a while anyway. Yesterday, we hardly had any of either. And here's the first one. Wow, GM. This is an earnings play for GM. April 25th pre-market, so it has earnings next week, but GM week. First, haven't seen, don't think I've ever seen GM in the 10-day daily breakdown. Just too early for me to take that trade though. All right, guys, AUGX giving it up, so it's not holding. AT&T, T right into the 200-day moving average. 1846, so it's sitting right on that 200-day moving average is AT&T, T. And this is an earnings play. Next slow looking left, if it can crack that 200-day moving average is, yeah, to me anyway, it looks like there's reasonable support between here and 18. It's a huge float, so it's going to take a bunch to keep moving it down. 7 billion in the float, but moving down it is. Holo is an AI, one of those silly little AI companies, as I'm going to call them. Look at this, wow. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Pre-market for Holo. Well, this is telling us something, guys. Nothing is making it into this top list right now. Any large cap, I mean, very, very, my only filter really is the 2%. Has to be up 2% from yesterday's close. I mean, I have other filters, but that's what's preventing it. So yeah, a couple of big names coming into my 10-day daily breakdown, AT&T, T, and GM. Jeez. My dog came running at me and landed in my lap. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you. You're waking me up. Okay. There we go. There's our first and only XPO. XPO. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. And why it didn't show up earlier? I think my minimum is 500,000 shares. So now it is at 500,000 shares. XPO. See, there's news on this one. The only news I see is that they appointed some guy as the COO. I guess maybe he's got some influence in the industry. Dave Bates. He's got to be happy. Market pops on that announcement, or his stock pops on that announcement. And there's the XPO right here, guys, and the momentum up. XPO. How's that for your ego? Stock pops 15% because you get announced as the COO. That's all I can see. I don't see anything else. Taps an Old Dominion Freight VP for operating chief. Another radio station, CFRX. Another one making a new high now. The high of 3 days ago was 390. Oh yeah, this is the one. I mean, the low that day was. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Anyway, the high was $3.95 3 days ago for this one, CFRX. Another low float, 1.5 million in the float. The only news I see is that they're presenting at this 33rd annual conference. Wow, look at Rite Aid, RAD. It's got to be an all-time low now for RAD. Just about. Earnings, such as they are. Yeah, OCEA, let's take a look at it. It's are there shorts still available? Yeah, the shorts have been snapped up now. There weren't very many at Interactive Brokers, but they've now disappeared. I mean, maybe if it gets back, I mean, it's again another low float, 7.77 million in the float, so another low float. Maybe if it gets over 791, the high of that candle, maybe it has another run. Got as high as 865 pre-market. And it had news, rises on upcoming patent for lung disease drug molecule. All right. Something is really, everything is slowed down now. Oh, I see. Okay. OCEA actually is showing up in my 10-day daily breakout. Now the trigger was 772. Just one moment, please. Yeah, it's a challenging spread, Rob, for sure. Yeah. I mean, right now it's only a dime, but All right, Dr. MA now, guys. This is a high, well, market high. The pre-market high is 368. And again, the high of 2 days ago. 2 days ago was 394, so it's got a little bit of room. And another, you know what? I want to check the float on this. So yeah, another site that seems to be credible has 2 million in the float. I don't know why, or you know what? I'm in a marketing meeting again today. I'm going to bring up that question again. Why our provider always has something very low compared to a lot of other sites. I don't know why that is. But the bottom line is that there are low floats. All right, I guess keep an eye on this UIHC. It did hit 323 in the after hours yesterday. It did have some news. Entered memorandum. Oh yeah, that's right, with the Florida Department of Financial Services. So that was the news for UIHC after hours. Popped all the way up to 323. Is pulled back quite a bit, but there's actually an AI alert also. Pre-market high was up here around 250, 260. GNPX, where did that happen? 112. Okay, so the initial alert was at 112. Again, if you don't know what this DR stands for, don't repeat. So this is the first time the alert happened. And if a stock keeps making new highs, you'll see it over and over again in this window right beside it. Okay, guys, UIHC is actually on the move here. UIHC on the, oh no, did it really? The rocket exploded during takeoff? That's SPCE, right? Is that their symbol? Uh, Well, it can't be. This is not the same. That's not SpaceX, is it? This is that Virgin Galactic. So that's not the same, right? Okay, what's the symbol? Is that the symbol SPCE? Oh, so SpaceX is so SpaceX. Thank you, Pepe. So SpaceX is private. This is space. I said UIHC was moving. PJ. One day we'll make a subscriber out of you. And is it moving? Yes. Okay, that's a successful AI play from us. Okay, guys, AVTR, is this an all-time low? Not quite. I'm looking, where are you? Lifetime range, no, it's not even close, but AVTR is weak, not an earnings play that I can see. This is showing up on my 20-day daily breakdown. Some of these can be just really, nice, gentle trades, as I call them. They're not too whippy, especially with that float. It shouldn't be. All right, NVRO. So some more expensive ones coming in the 10-day daily breakdown. I kind of like the cheaper ones, but let's see. NVRO, is there any news on this one? I don't see. April 26th. So I don't know if this is actually an earnings play today, if they've pre-released, or this is just guidance and stuff. I do see, yeah, when they say seize, so I think that they're prepping the market for when they actually release on the 26th. I think. Dr. MA got very ugly, guys, very ugly. Okay, another cheap one. ADTX is showing up here. ADTX. And what sort of room does this one have? ADTX. I'm sort of remember this one. This day when it got up to what? $28. Sort of remember that. This was back in August of last year. No, I am saying ADTX. I don't know if you're asking a question about CFRX, Musa. Wow. Okay. Well, look at the end. I didn't take it, but the NVRO from the 10-day daily breakdown. This is really breaking down. ADTX is halted now. You're right. Volatility halt. Now, something's put a charge into WBA. It's not an earnings play. It's not that I see, not an earnings play, but something's putting a charge into this one, WBA. Wow, NVRO. Again, that's so I did not take it, but there it is, 32.79. So it's moved $1 from the alert. And continues. So I guess this, in essence, is an earnings play. You know, they've kind of, I think their official earnings release is on the 26th, but what they're doing is they're releasing some numbers now, basically prepping the market for bad news. Look at this, 38 down to 31. Oh man, no action at all in the pre-market. None, zero. Excuse me. Why is WW not showing up? Let's take a look. There'll be a reason. There'll be some filter. Yeah, well, there's your reason right there, Patrick. 1.44 relative volume. My momentum up. I think the minimum is 3. I think it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, would it show up if I reduce the filter? Yep, but I get a lot more that I don't want to see. 3 times relative volume of 3 means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, it's not overall volume. So what is it? What is it normally done up to say 9:53 Eastern time over the say an hour? This is a very general um, description of it. Okay, so whatever the average volume has been up to 9:53 at this point of the day, and that filter it has to be 3 times. So when you look at WW, it's only 1.4. Now, again, you want to reduce that down like all the way down to 1 or take it out, you'll get a lot of stocks. WW would probably appear, but always a trade-off, guys. It's a very common question, though, Patrick. You know, how come this? Wow, look at oh, son of a gun! I almost said the bad word. Look at this. Just took out that high of 4 days ago. PTPI. It's a very common question. How come this didn't show up in my scan? And usually it's always a filter, and then say, well, okay, I guess I'll reduce that filter. Yeah, you go ahead, you can reduce the filter, but you just because by reducing the filter, yeah, you would see maybe you would see that stock, but you might see 20 others that don't do the same thing. And so you'd be inundated with alerts. Now this PTPI is halted on the way up. Yeah, EWCZ. What is this one doing? The European Wax Center. So something, again, I can't see any news on this one. So we're back into, not that we really ever completely leave, but we're back into low float mania again. So look at the CNSP. The next high looking left is 441. Oh, I'm saying it's getting there. Coming right into that 200-day moving average if it did. Activist chatter, thanks. Regarding WBA, thank you, Rob. Wow, look at that NVRO, guys. Not in it. It was a little early for me to commit. So XPO won two races. Even AT&T continues to move down. That's a huge float for it to, well, it got through the 200-day. Seems like 18 could hold it. I mean, there's on the weekly chart, the next low looking left is 1803. Seems like it could hold it. Boy, CNSP, I did not get it. CNSP, okay. Oh, that's NVRO again. Making another new low. NVRO making another new low. Wow. I have a slight bias in my 10-day daily break down and up of the slightly more expensive stocks and against taking them. But obviously in this particular case, look at that. 32.79, 30, 20, 30. It's probably going to break 30 now. Whoa, ADTX. I can't tell you what I did on that one. I can't tell you. I will not tell you. I'm not in it anymore. Wow, look at that ADTX. Look at the explosion coming out of the halt. Wow. A little surprised it's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It must be the 40 cent from the open. Obviously 2 and 35. No, that's the reason. That's the reason. My price is between 2 and 35. ONON, I know that Shady was looking at that one. Okay, UCAR, this must be a, is it a SPAC? No, it looks like it's an IPO. This is pricing of initial, it looks like this is an IPO. 2.4 million shares, $6. So it's a little, wow, it's above. Keep an eye on this one, guys. It's halted. This one looks like it's going, well, this is going to explode probably on the open when it opens, 9:30, 9:30. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt, 891. There's your symbol, of course, and projection could be opening around 9:30. Not the time, but the price. But that can change. Now I saw Dawn. I did see Dawn in the pre-market. I don't know why I didn't really talk about it. I think maybe the volume was too light or something. I'm looking, but there's Dawn, DAWN, and it's got some room, guys. Dawn has got some room. The next high looks like 1410 actually. I didn't see there. Little topping tail right there on that daily candle, but over here, 1556. So if I can get through, I'm going to stick an alert there. I'm having alert set at 1409 for Dawn, DAWN, and see if it takes it out. The let's see, 45 million in the float. So this is not a low float, not a tremendous amount of absolute volume, but the relative volume is high, 6.8. But you can just kind of see what it could do if it gets going. I don't see, let's see if there's any reason for this one. Jones Trading keeps their buy rating on day one. Okay. I don't know if that's the only reason for this little pop. Oh, just a minute. Here's another, not very much volume again, but EGBN moving down. This is on, no, not an all-time low, but look at the weekly chart. I don't know where any support is. I have to back it out quite a bit, but wow, kaboom on the PTPI. So keeping an eye on this OCEA, guys, the alert happened at 772, okay, 772 right here, or sorry, right around here. So if it gets back up there, It could have another run. Okay. And of course, there's the PTPI 853 on the alert, and it's come right back down. Wow. You've got to be very nimble with these. Now look at it. It's halted on the way down. PTPI. So there's the UCAR. Wow, look at this. Remember when we looked at this, it was I think 9:30. 9:30 was the potential open. Now it's 11 for UCAR. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. This is was halted at just 35 seconds after 10 o'clock. Typically, they were 5-minute halts. Though I see this one, yeah. Well, again, typically they're 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of five. So this could open at 10:10 plus 35 seconds. This one meaning UCAR, UCAR. U Power Limited. And it's a China. Ah, son of a gun. Look at this. It's a China IPO. These can be the absolute crazy ones. Yeah, you know what? AI guys. AI, the symbol is on the move here. Tremendously on the move here. And this is probably, let's take a look at the rest of the AI plays. Yeah, look at GFAI. So the AI plays are alive today. Some of them anyway. Yeah, look at this. I don't think there's no news. It's just, okay, today's the day again. Let's take a look at the SAI, which was actually pretty active yesterday. No. Interesting. No. So again, you have to be selective. But you mentioned the CXAI. A little bit, but not like AI. And well, listen, if CXAI can take out 13 at some point, better put a price alert right there. Probably won't do it today, if it does it at all. But if it does, then you have to, then there's a massive void, potential void fill. Well, I certainly, I don't want to say guessed wrong, but I mean, I didn't think that T-Mobile, sorry, AT&T with that float would have this sort of a move after it had already been down quite a bit with that float of 7 billion, but definitely wrong. So these two right here, I don't even know what GM did. Let's see, GM 3287 was the, where did it get down to? 3287. So that did not move down from that alert. But look at T 1830 underneath 18, of course, the NVRO. And I'm still holding out on the OCEA. It's been very choppy. Oh, look at that. Very, very choppy. Extremely choppy. Even Holo. Now that's another. Now Holo was down this morning, I thought, or it had horrible action in the pre-market. Yeah, look at Holo. But look at the action in the pre-market. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails all over the place. And now a huge topping tail also for Holo. This is another AI play. Oh, interesting. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. I'm surprised. Only 29,000 shares, but I'm surprised there are shorts available. Excuse me. SPY. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I'm looking at, you don't see my screen, I know, so I am seeing a touch of the lower level. Oh man, here's another one. ATEC guys, ATEC. This is okay, 100 at the high of the 2 years, 2-year high. Well, look at this market. Yeah, well, it's turning into maybe my favorite day, as I said. Yeah, real. It's definitely market looks like it wants to bounce somewhat. ATEC, what is the float? 65 million in the float? $18 price target maintained by Needham. Okay. Wow, holy smokes with Holo, seriously. No news that I can see. Is just that's why, you know what? Keep an eye on this AUGX. I mean, this was a big one in the pre-market. It hasn't done much, but it is an AI play. I guess I called it a new entry into this to the AI sphere at AI in the press release today. So if it can take out the VWAP, which is around 319, I'm going to stick an alert around 322 for AUGX and see if it takes that out, because there are some of the AI plays are just really ripping today. AI in particular, the stock symbol AI, GFAI. Yeah, Nova's showing up here. Nova is showing up also. And it has, let's see what sort of room it has. 1711 is the next high looking left. After that, it's 1789. So it does have some news, some room to move. What, Viru? Remember when Viru was a lot higher? VERU? Had no volume in the pre-market, so the volume, obviously the volume picked up. CALX, yeah, makes no sense, right? Funny, I remember reading somebody who said, you know what, you could tell me what the earnings are going to be, guidance and earnings the day before, and literally tell me what is going to be published, and I still wouldn't have the confidence to take the trade in either direction. And just like Real was saying, I mean, it looked pretty good. Earnings good, guidance is good. 7 point drop. XPO, let's take a look at XPO over the VWAP. Let's take a look. 39.24, 30. So right at the VWAP, 39.24 is the VWAP as we have it anyway. Well, Holo is showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, but it's pretty hard to take it now. And the reason why it's so late is because it's a 10-day daily breakout. So you look at this candle right there, so you have to sort of analyze these things on their own, because yeah, it's showing up here and I love this. However, it's already moved so much. Had all this looking left been underneath, even around 240, we would have had that alert a lot earlier. But it's got to be a 10-day daily breakout. So we wouldn't get the alert until right here, which is at 265. So there it is at 268. So, just because it shows up there doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, even though I love that. Yeah, this Nova may turn into a bit of a short now, guys. If it cannot take out 17, there's the high looking left is 17.14. This could turn into maybe a bit of a short. Stantec, okay. Oops. Okay, so Nova's not turning into a bit of a short yet. Well, the key one right here, guys, is 1711. If it cracks 1711, then the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1789. That's a lot of room. Well, this Juniper JNPR looking left, what sort of room does it have? 3055, 50 cents or so down to the next low looking left for Juniper JNPR. Has earnings on the 25th. Ahead of earnings, I mean, some bets are being placed and not going to be good. Wow, UCAR is still halted. This is a long haul. 10 o'clock was the halt, and it's 10:22 now. And see how the bid ask is starting to again get higher and higher. Another China IPO. Okay, guys, ATEC. I have to back this out on the weekly chart to see where the next highs are. Okay, this started trading as ATEC here? Oh, no. Bit of a lag when I was doing this, so let's take a look. Looks like 1750 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, and that happened about 2 years ago. Okay, April of 2021. So maybe has a little bit of room. Nice breakout here. Don't see any news. They did announce yesterday a $60 million underwritten offering. That didn't affect it negatively at all. Let's see this Viru. Viru. Okay, so they did have some news. They sold some part of their business for $20 million. And that is VERU. Looking left, the next high looking left is 125, looks like. So it may stall there. 64 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Okay, so probably being dragged down by AT&T is Verizon, VZ. They have earnings on the 25th. They're probably not going to be great either. Yeah, Nova definitely. I mean, it's now above that high, 1711. Can it hold above that and start to challenge that area up here, 1789? Yeah. So again, guys, as I said, this holo was so extended by the time it hit that alert, and that's because it had to, take this high out right there. So that was a non-event. BAK halted because of news. So BAK is halted because of news. How much volume was there? 43,000? Not a lot of volume. So this is a news halt. BAK is a news halt. As UCAR continues to be halted. I'm just going to say, for you bounce players, keep an eye on NVRO, which I did not. Got down to 30, and now look at the bounce, a $2, 250 bounce. And that's for the NVRO. Wow, look at GFAI. GFAI. Again, I don't think there's any specific news for it. It's just today's the day for some of these AI plays to get going again for a while anyway. And, crazy low float. I don't know if that's a shooting star. I don't know if that is a function of the fact that it is halted. I've never tried to do anything like that with a halted stock. So, and that's the UCAR, if you're talking about the UCAR. Boy, Nova. Okay. I mean, Nova right through that 1711. Again, next challenge, 1789, maybe. Can I call it a supernova? Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on some of these, yeah, for bounces on that 10-day daily breakdown, like the team AT&T, maybe it bounces off 18. I mean, look here at the daily chart. Looks like 18 could hold it. I didn't even look at Bullfrog, BFRG. Thought about that one as an AI play. Yeah, another AI play just surging here. Next high looking left is 1769. Yeah, so we're getting a lot of bounces now, guys. In these momentum down, especially if there's no real news. about them. You know, it's not an earnings play. It just moved down like a lot of stocks did this in the pre-market. So here's GFF. I mean, you can kind of see if it can take out 2750, it's got some room to run. Oh, I didn't know it was an AI alert, but it's a short. I wouldn't be. it got stopped out. When I say an AI, I'm talking about our. I hate to even call it an AI, but our daily watch list. That's how I'm going to present it, guys. It's a daily watch list. Wow, Nova, supernova. Yes. Well, guys, I mean, 1789 is your next challenge right here. 1787, 1789 is the next high. Now, you would think at some point this going to turn into a nice looking short. There's Nova. Saw this. I think this was one of this. I think this was the second one that made this list. And remember at the beginning of the day, there were no stocks. In fact, let's take a look at the top list now. Remember, for the first 5 minutes, no stocks were meeting the filter requirements here. None. So this race did not really get going until, I don't know, 5 minutes into the market. Not a ton of stocks are meeting the requirements, but there's Nova right at the top here. Okay, no bounce for you. For for AT&T. Boy, look at this market. Yeah, nice. Again, turning into my favorite day. We've now had basically an hour up, had a little pause there on that candle, the 10:15 candle, but we basically had an hour. There's the 9:30 candle, trend is up. Keep an eye on SPR, guys, with this market bounce here. Keep an eye on SPR. Hope I haven't missed it. I don't think so because I have a price alert. Yeah, so remember now, this is the one that got hammered down 4 days ago with the Boeing news. I guess I'm going to call them a part supplier. But then Boeing came out and said, you know what, we're not going to dissolve the relationship. Something like that, anyway. And so this has had a nice little recovery. The high of the bad day was 30.77, so it's just a little bit above that high, and that is SPR. So I mean, this has a chance, especially if the market keeps recovering like this, has a chance to continue to try to fill this void in a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm watching T right here to see if this 18 holds or if it continues down from there. Okay, so far a mini rejection of the 18 level for T. All right, ATAC. So ATAC did not really surge from that 17 yet. Okay, guys, I have entered a T short. Now, I don't expect much because I think there's some support around the 1760 mark. I want to just see if I can get a little bit out of this. 1796 on the T short. If it gets up to 18, I'm out. So it's a very tight stop. And I mean, the low over here. I mean, I don't anticipate it's going to get down here 15, but I think I saw something around, yeah, right there. That low over here, 1765. So pretty tight stop on it, but a 4 cent stop. So we'll see what happens. But it's a big float, so that's why I don't anticipate it's going to really continue to crater down in any huge amount. But I surprised me earlier. Oh, look at Indy here, guys. INDI. The next low looking left is 799. So that is interesting. 799. This is the 20-day daily breakdown. This is the one of the two new ones that I added this week from my homepage. Speaking of which, 1039. So we'll talk about what you're going to find on my homepage. Guys, before I talk about my homepage and all, just really keep an eye on this AUGX. I mean, this is an AI play. Okay, it had AI in the press release this morning. And it's just kind of basing here. And if it can take out that VWAP, which is about 318 now, okay, and it could really rock again. It's not a low float, 30 million in the float. But I mean, look what it did. 178 all the way up to 375 this morning. Well, that's where it closed yesterday. And then, so just keep an eye on it. By keeping an eye on it, I mean, use our price alerts. I don't mean you have to stare at a chart. Okay, before I talk about my homepage, HTGC is cratering on the way down. HTGC, don't see any news on it. Bear Cave, Bear Cave issues a short report. The Bear Cave, okay, and I don't know when that hit. I mean, I'm seeing it Interactive Brokers. It says 1031, which makes sense because it just hit. So this just hit, guys. Because you can see the action, you can see the reaction to that to this headline. Bear Cave issues a short report. So they're another one of those short sellers that come out with these very detailed reports that really looks very damaging to these companies. Wow. Yeah, the AUGX is getting interesting. Meanwhile, the Supernova, so far, that did not hold it. 1780, well, it's at 1789 right now, 1789. And there's the high. The next high after that is 1876. Interesting, because I don't see any news on this one, except, well, I guess there is news. I guess there's huge news. And this is a $3 billion US Department of conditional commitment to expand. Okay. So that is the news. I'm not sure I really saw that. Well, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So here's a promo you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as I said yesterday, if you're looking to take out a year, I can actually get you a bigger promo code. And if you're currently a monthly subscriber, I can get you a 25% off. I will, you'll have to, I'll private message you if you're interested. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Don't please do the get started. I'm not going to plead with you. You must do the get started. Okay. It'll take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 videos. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is a free course that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. I do a daily stock of the day video. That's free, of course. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and that is free. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Here's that getting started again that you must do. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I would learn more about stock racing. If you click on the stock racing, there are 4 videos that show you all about stock racing and how you can set it up. Here's your race startup, your race configuration, clickable. Getting started series again. So daily support sessions. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today it'll be Steve Gomez. Should be anyway. Sometimes he switches with Andy, but I'll check to make sure it is Steve. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Steve Gomez is the originator of the Trades of the Week. And he's a big fan of Brian Shannon, who he knows. If you know Brian Shannon with the Anchored VWAP and all, I'm sure he'll talk a lot about that. And last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage, you have to scroll down if you want my scans. So here they are. Oops. Okay, so this is the race that I'm showing, the biggest large cap gainers from the open. I do have another race that you can take a look at, way more volatile. Okay, so you got to be a little more careful, but you'll see a lot. You'll see some huge moves here. These are more gentle, but look at Nova. I mean, gentle in terms of the percent it moves, but just a steady up until it finally pulled back from that 18. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And as I was demonstrating in the pre-market, if you can sort now, you can always do it, but I would probably be sorting on the earnings column, and then you'll see all of the earnings plays as we're going to get way more into earnings season, both on the upside and the downside. This is the halts resumes that you see, 10-day daily breakout and down. And this is the two that I added, the 20-day range high and the 20-day range low. These are top lists. And they look like this. This is where I saw the Indy. I might be, I can't remember what it did from where I first saw it. But here's the AT&T. That's on the downside, and here is on the upside. What I do is I sort on the position in the day's range. I put them right at the top. So the ones that are near the high of the day, you'll see them at the top. Not too many in the 20-day range break today. Again, these are top lists. I mean, I didn't hear that sound. Okay, must have had, I don't know, I didn't hear the sound. Anyway, AUGX is now current price 316. I had the alert at 322. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, and then you can use this promo code. Also, if you save my homepage, you'll have access to my scans at any time, and of course the big education section at any time. Okay, T is, inching its way down. Again, I'm not expecting a huge move. Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit strange. This is definitely a long halt for UCAR. It's almost like a news halt. Maybe the commissions are, I don't want to give them too much credit, but they're looking at these crazy low float China IPOs, which have gone, well, we've seen in the past. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but these are the type that can go to $100, which is really insane. Just give me one moment. Hey, Tanya, yesterday. Wow, look at this. Look at Tanya go. TNYA had a big day yesterday, big continuation today. Uh, didn't see, well, look, it didn't do anything in the pre-market, nothing in the pre-market. Nice call by Real on the LVS earlier. I don't take these because they're just sort of out of my price range, but nice move for LVS so far. Great call by Shady on the Nova. Oof. All right, Tanya is interesting. It did show up on my 10-day daily breakout. Shoot, did I get it? I got a little bit. See, it's not extended. When I say extended, I mean it didn't, it's not extended on the 10 days like the Holo was. HOLO. Any news on this one? Tenaya Therapeutics. Got to pay real close attention. It's not a low float though, 40 million in the float. So let's see if it has any movement from here. So this is what I'm talking about. It hit at 431. But look at the difference between Holo and Tanya. By the time Holo was alerted, because it had to be a 10-day high and it had to take this out over here. By the time it did that, it was super extended on the daily. Tanya, look, I'm not saying I don't know what it's going to do, but you can see, man, to break the 10-day high was no big deal. Yeah, a little bit of a spread issue now with Tanya. I just have to make sure. Okay, guys, I'm been having to watch the TNYA pretty closely, basically where I got it, so I have to watch it pretty closely. Just settling down now. Well, take me out of the trade or move. Talking about the TNYA. Okay, we have a resumption now for UCAR, guys. Finally, a resumption for UCAR and halted immediately. Probably. Yeah, halted immediately. See what I'm saying? I mean, these are this crazy China IPOs. I haven't seen one like this for a while. I don't think anybody, I don't think, well, you would had to have been really, really quick to get this one. I don't think you could have got it. Also, look at the volume, 44,000 shares. That's it. Okay, now we're getting the dumps for the AI and the JFAI. Okay, back resumed. BAK resumed after that long news halt. Let's see what the news was. Court ordered 1.1 billion. I don't know what this is in company's account to be precautionarily blocked. I don't know what currency that is. Where are they out of? Brazil? Okay, that must be the Brazilian currency. The Reais. All right, Tanya, make a little move for me. Okay, guys, I'm out of the T. I'm out of T. Basically flat. How's that SPR doing? SPR? This looks like it has that look, of just going to inch its way up. It's moving with the market, trying to fill in that void. The high yesterday was 31.67, so relatively close to that. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I am looking at what am I looking at here? I'm looking at key. Oh no, I'm sorry. The SPR. The SPR is what I'm looking at. Sorry, got distracted. You know what? I'm out of the Tanya flat. Too bad. I mean, I thought it might get through 450. Had a little bit of a profit in it, but I'll take a look at it later. TNYA, just not the continuation I wanted, of course. So okay, here's another cheapie. SATX. SATX. What room does it have? 127. So I'm not in anything right now, guys. Basically covered. Well, it looks like the T might move down a little bit more, but covered both of my positions flat. Flat meaning no gain. Okay, so this SPR, I mean, definitely interested in this. The high yesterday was 31.67. Let's see if it can keep inching its way up. All right, well, this SATX is moving, and again, I think it could be stopped here, but may not listen to me. 126, 126 is the next highs looking left. What's the float in this one? 29 million. So it's not crazy low, it's not high, but it's not super low. Okay, so for the TNYA, I'm not going to lose sight of it, but I better put some price alerts here. Maybe one back up here around the 440 mark. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 481. So got some room on the weekly chart. Oh, shoot. Hmm. 441, 448 on the bid ask, a bit of a spread issue for Tanya, TNYA. SPR guys starting to move. SPR starting to move. And it's not as we speak anyway, it is not market reliant. Okay, we're putting in a pretty decent red bar now in the SPY on the 15-minute chart. SPR is moving a little bit higher, so it's not market reliant. Okay, one more kick at Tanya, guys. Spread tightened up, 444, 446. You can see if the volume starts to pick up a little bit. I'm in at 444, so we'll see what happens here. Son of a gun. AT&T, well, it got me out that little jog up. Never had a 4-cent stop on it. Pretty tight. Now, with the Tanya, I have to be very aware of that next high. Okay, guys. I mean, I trade a little bit of this out. I mean, I just don't. I know what Real's going to say. It's above the channel high and all that. I get that. I'm just trying to see if it can. And that's the Tanya. Mm. Veri, VERI. Is this an all-time low? No, not quite. VERI. Let's take a look left. 450. Just give me one moment, please. Oh, well, it is above mine on the 5-minute. But of course, you've got the Magic LRC. Wow, look at this one. Oh, this is a some kind of a, oh, this is Tesla. Okay. TSLY. This is to, okay. This is the long Tesla, which is sinking, of course. Oh man, guys, I'm sorry. We're doing a little internal personal stuff here with Yippee on the Stantec STN. I know it doesn't trade very much in both exchanges, but wow for us at our little household of the Andersons. Okay, what time is it? 11:13. Never a dull moment. Okay, so the insanity persists here for the UCAR, UCAR. This is going to get halted again. I'm sure it's halted right now. No way it's not halted. Yeah, there it is. There's your halt again for UCAR, UCAR. Are you serious, Tank? A small Stantec position from last year? Yeah, well, it's been an awesome, it doesn't trade very much, as you know, but it's been an awesome, solid, almost recession-proof stock. So we just sold some options. That's what that was the pause that I had to take. All right, what next? Running down, the very VERI. Okay, I'm gonna start to pay a little more attention now to the range breaks, the 20-day range breaks. See if I can find something that might be interesting. Continuing to watch the Tanya to see if it has any sort of a pop from here. Not doing too badly for me. A minute again, 444, but again with Tanya, the high looking left, I think it was 470 something, so it's getting close. 481. 481 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for TNYA. Yay, look at Tanya. Go, Tanya, go. So again, 481, 481, 481 is the next high looking left. I like your Ouija board, real better than mine. Probably a good thing, Div, that Thinkorswim is not allowing you to place orders for UCAR. I don't know where you could have got in, but that is going to have a huge drop at some point. Probably, well, not probably. So it may be a good thing. This is a decent one from or I'm going to call it our daily watch list. Okay, I'm not going to call it AI, but from our daily watch list, EGBN, and this is what I'm talking about right here. EGBN on a short 27.52, 25.91 right now. This one had a great move early. UIHC, it's back down to 219, but at one point that was a huge percentage gain. Use it like a watch list, guys. If you have our premium service. Meanwhile, SatX, another one not listening to me in terms of where I think it may stall. Look at this. Look at this thing go. SatX, SATX. Unbelievable. Seriously. I mean, all these little areas that I think could stall. I thought it might stall at 114. Or sorry, I thought it would stall right here around 126. You look at the daily chart, not even close. And it's not an insanely low float, 29 million in the float. Out of Israel, I don't see any specific news on it. This is news from the 13th. Next generation satellite communications. Wow. Okay, guys. Wow. I'm just watching the Tanya to see if it has any sort of a pop. Disappointing in the AUGX. I don't think it took out. I think it took out the VWAP that I was waiting on. 316. Yeah, I guess it did pop above it, but I was so wrapped up in other stuff that I really couldn't pay attention to it because I may have taken a shot at this when it got over the VWAP. I mean, listen, if you're new to trading, I mean, for the only way I would have taken UCAR, it would have had to have done something like this early on. I can't remember where it got halted. but it would have had to gone down below the halt price and then pop back through the halt price. And then I may have taken just a little bit just to see what would happen. If I'd been able to get it, it would have been okay, but I don't think I could have got it. Well, first of all, I don't think it didn't go down through the halt price for any length of time, if it did at all. Go figure. Look at this, 115 to 144 for SATX, SATX. You know, great volume, 2.7 million, 11 times normal. You know, and then these lawyers come out, you know, investigated for potential security law violations by block investors who have lost money. Who cares? Today, who cares? Okay, guys, I'm out of Tanya. Okay, I just that 480 mark might have been too hard for it to get through anyway, so a little bit of a gain on the Tanya. Move on to something else. Yeah, here's that CALX. It looked, as Real said, pre-market looked pretty good, encouraging. Released earnings, guidance was good, earnings were good, everything was good. Price target maintained, $75 at Rosenblatt, 88 Needham. So lofty price targets put on this company. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter yet anyway. Meanwhile, CNSP just made another, well, pretty choppy. That's where you would put a stop down here. If you took this up, I think Shady had, did I say 280, 260? So I don't know if it got stopped out. It would have been very close. But anyway, CNSP, a big pop here, lots of volume coming in. Still has some room to go if it wants to. The next high looking left is 437 for CNSP. If it wants to, I'm not saying it's getting there. Right into Matt. See how that 200-day moving average yesterday completely, you know, right in its tracks, stopped it right in its tracks. Well, I thought I saw 260. Maybe I was wrong. I thought I saw 280, 260 or something like that. But maybe it depends where you got it. I see a low of 240, 259 here. But anyway, good trade. If this volume can keep going here, 5 million right here on this volume bar on the 15-minute. Time is it right now? 11:26. This all has, actually 11:27, has 3 minutes to close. Could turn into the second largest of the day. It keeps going. This, of course, is the 9:45 one that really popped it. Wow. Sorry, guys. These stock employee or share plans for employees can be pretty awesome. Referring to Stantec for us. In American dollars, that's the all-time high, 61.80. Canadian dollars, it's at an all-time high for Stantec. Sorry, I shouldn't be talking about it. It's pretty exciting though for us. All right, guys, let's see what else is RRR. Haven't seen that one for a while. The old pirate RRR. Let's see. This is Red Rock Resorts. So this is probably a gamer, like well, casino. So probably being dragged up along with the rest of them. LVS, MGM. So this is probably being dragged up because of that. They have earnings next week, I think, May 4th or on the 4th. I mean, listen, for like an IPO like that, I mean, you guys are talking about the UCAR. I know you're talking just philosophically, is it hard to, but I mean, you know, to try to trade that one, even if you had instant fills, super, super risky. Oh, okay, guys. Time is it now? 11:31. So I'm just going to confirm it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. in about 30 minutes when I take my break. Okay, how did that RRR do from that alert at 47.97, 47.97, and a little bit above 48.11? What's the spread like? Not terrible, 6 cents on a $48 stock, so that's not terrible. The next high looking left looks like it is right up here, 48.79. So it has a little bit of room until it hits that next high. Okay, guys, market is now starting to drift down. We've got 45 minutes of, well, not quite. We have half an hour of down, and now we're 3 minutes into this 15-minute candle. So we're starting to see some weakness now, a little bit of weakness in the market after that nice little about an hour and a half pop up. All right, CNSP kind of holding now. CNSP kind of holding. I thought it might drop down below 3, but not yet anyway. With the turbulent world of AI, look at this one. I mean, this had a nice move up. Traders decided to get involved with some of these AI plays again. But what did it do? It moved from 22 all the way up to 23.85, and then kersplat. You know, very difficult intraday trader, in my opinion. Understanding there's no reason for this move up, and no reason other than, I don't know, profit taking again. Interesting. So this news hit at 10, well, maybe earlier, but I'm just seeing this now. Just give me a moment, please, as I. Okay, so Baker Hughes reported it dumped 1.7 million shares of the largest stock promotion in AI. First big sale in 2 years. They do not. Oh, I don't understand. They do not believe in the blue skies of generative AI. Okay, so I guess that hit at what time? So this is hitting Interactive Brokers at 10:42. What time was this right here? So I don't know if it hit earlier. Sometimes it's hard for me to see, but certainly at 10:42 that happened. So right even here at 23:20. down to 22, taking advantage of that sort of a news headline. Meanwhile, EGBN continues to move down. Nice alert from our daily watch list, as I'm going to call it from now on, our daily watch list. And the answer is yes. Steve will be in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, UCAR, not short. Wow, unbelievable. Again, these are the crazy, sometimes out of these crazy IPOs out of China. We haven't seen one like that. We haven't seen one like this for a while. I mean, the volume's only 181,000 shares. I mean, it's not like it's millions of shares pouring into this, but haven't seen one of these for a while. Okay, I didn't see that news posted by Liam. Was it the same time? When I say the same time, was it the same time as 'cause I didn't click on AI, until just recently, a couple of minutes ago. So I didn't. I just have a thumbnail, so I did see the pop up and then move down. So I decided, oh, let's just click on it to see what's happening. That's when I saw that news, that was at 10:15. So what time did he post that? It was the same time, 10:44. Yeah, it was basically the same time as when it hit IB. So is WMT a good short? That is a question from I don't know. Does it meet your trading plan? I am not trying to be flip or anything like that, but you know, the, let me get it up here. I mean, it's popping a little bit. It's been Walmart. Well, I have no idea if it's a good short. It has earnings on the 18th. Why you're thinking maybe it's because of that red candle? Maybe it's going to turn into a decent short from here. The first of all, the VWAP is at 150.19, so I mean that could hold it. So going 40 cents on a $150 stock is nothing great. But I have no idea if it's a good short. I wouldn't call this an excessively parabolic move. It probably will depend on the market too. If the market, though it has kind of traded on its own. These on the SPY, these two red candles here do not correspond to these two green candles, so it's kind of trading on its own. Listen to Charlie. Yeah, in that case, I guess it would have been pretty good to listen to old Charlie. I do know who you're talking about. Yeah, this is way out of a crazy kangaroo. This is way outside my price range though. So it's one of those things I just don't, I mean, it would have to really move a lot. You know, it's a big float, 1.4 billion in the float. I don't know if I had any specific news on it today. IKEA plans new US stores and a $2.2 billion push to challenge Walmart and Wayfair. I mean, that, no, I don't short large caps. No, I really don't. Well, I shouldn't say don't short large caps. I don't, I'm not into usually stocks over $50 anyway, 50, typically not even over 30. That's just me. That's just my personal preference. Okay. So it's not a matter of it being a large cap. These are large cap stocks here to a certain extent, you know, over 500 million. Depends what you mean by a large cap, of course. I mean, I did short AT&T earlier today. Didn't got taken out flat, but I did short. So it's not that I won't short a large cap stock, but it had news. I mean, it was an earnings play, so it's more the price range that I look at. All right, guys, 11:44. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes or so. An eye on the UIHC. I mean, it looks like it's crawling back a little bit. Had the huge pop early. There's the VWAP at 228, so it's just hanging around the VWAP. And let's see if it has any sort of charge through that VWAP. Got up to 324 after hours yesterday. Did have some room. This morning it did get up to 242 or so. Was an alert from our daily watch list at 208. Yeah, well, so we're a scanner, crazy. Okay, I mean, lots of screeners out there, but we're a scanner. I mean, obviously we have screening abilities using our top list, but we're a scanner. So we have real-time alerts based on the types of things they're looking for. I say lots and lots of screeners out there. But what differentiates ourselves is our real-time scanning. So when you look at our momentum channel as an example, it's a good example because this is real-time scanning in action. So this is a more expensive one, but the whole idea of our, this is the screening aspect that, there are lots of screeners out there, as I say. So this is the screening aspect, okay? You're looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, that's 400% of normal, etc. This is the screening aspect. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's your scan. Lots of different real-time alerts. I mean, the new high and the new low of the day, probably the most popular ones. That's what I use almost exclusively. But we have lots and lots of different real-time alerts depending on your trading style. And here are all the filters, different filters that we have depending on your trading style. Again, as I always say, you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is because lots of different trading styles out there, thousands of customers. So we had to create enough real-time alerts and screening to satisfy the majority of our customers. So there, at 11:25, that's the reason why you might be well, not just you, I'm just talking in general now, but well, how come there's not another alert? This is the last one at 11:25. Yeah, that's because since then, no other stock has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And again, this is this long-term short that I got on in the simulator for GME, shorted at 22.94. Long-term short in the simulator. So when you say, okay, Sam, first of all, the 20-day range low and 20-day range high, these are top lists, okay? So they're not, you could turn them into alert windows, okay? These are alert windows, okay? This is a top list, and the big difference is, so I like these because I sort them on where they are in the day's range. So this is on the low side. So XPEV is almost right at the low of today. T, why did you do that to me? There's XPO near the high. Okay, I sort again. This is on the high 20-day range breakout. So they're different uses, really, Sam. Okay, these are giving real-time alerts and tough filters. 8 relative volume here. 8 relative volume here. I think I only have one. So they're not the same. So when you say can they be combined, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, you could take the 10-day daily breakout and, so you could take the individual one, and if you wanted to, you could run a 20-day daily breakout side by side, if that's what you want to do as an alert window. I mean, all you have to do is, so if you had that one, here's the position in the 10-day range at 100%, but we do have a position in 20-day range. Okay. So here it is, position in 20-day range. So I mean, you could take this one, duplicate it, and then have all the same filters except make it the position in the 20-day range 100% if you wanted to. So again, I don't know what you mean exactly by can they be combined. So you can create a watch list of any stocks you want, Crazy Kangaroo. Yeah, I mean, you can create watch lists. Sure, you can put your, if you have symbols that you want to watch all day long, you can put them into a watch list, and then you can monitor it in one of two ways. You can monitor it in an alert window, so that if the stock made a new low or a new high for the day, or one of the other real-time alerts, or you can monitor it in a top list and organize it in a way in which I mean, I like to organize it in the position in the day's range because I'm always looking for stocks near the high or the low of the day. But but the program is flexible like that. I mean, what you could do, Sam, I mean, what you could do is you could add the position in the 20-day range as a column up here and see where it is, if that makes sense. So if I break this out, so it's free floating. So I could add, give me a moment here. If I wanted to, I could add as a column, just so you know. So position in 20-day range, okay, show column, okay. So that would show you that it's at the top of the 20-day range also, as an example, okay, as an example. I don't have to put the column, the 10-day, because I know, because of my filter, it's at the top of the 10-day range, so there's no point in having it as a column. But if you wanted to, you could add a column, so you could just see, okay, it's also at 20-day high. Yeah, so the quickest way, yeah, Crazy Kangaroo. I mean, the quickest way to do it is, sure, you click on a heart, and it's going to go into your into your my like watch list. So it's good if you are going to change that every day. So in other words, today you might want to watch WMT. You might want to watch a series of stocks. So you click on that, and you don't know you're going to watch them until you click on the, you might get an alert somewhere, or maybe in the pre-market you see something, and so you want to follow it. So you make sure you load it as a chart. You click on the heart, it automatically goes into your my like watch list. Now, if you didn't want to do it that way, you'd have to create, like, you may want to have a short watch list and a long watch list. So if you did that, then what you can do to quickly do it, you would right click. Let's just say, for instance, say you wanted to put RRR into your long watch list. If you had created something called a long watch list. So you right click on the symbol and it says send RRR to, and then symbol lists. Now you probably will not have too many. You'll see it right at the top. You just highlight the where you want it to go and click on it. Now it's in there. I mean, that's a fairly quick way to do it on the go. It's just a matter of, and then every day, if you have a long watch list and a short watch list, you just basically edit them every day. Remove. You want to either wipe them clean or keep some around. You just, but you'll have to edit them every day. And to edit, you just go to tools. It's a little bit cumbersome, but I mean, once you do it a few times, it becomes second nature. You go to tools, symbol lists, you find the one you want to change, you highlight it, edit, and here's a list. Well, I don't have anything in here, but okay, you just get rid of the ones you want, add the ones you want. Now, and then on the fly, yeah, on the fly, you can just do that, what I just showed you. Send to, right click on the symbol, send to, symbol list, and find the one you want to put it in. And so that's a pretty quick way of doing it. So you make your top list. If that's how you want to monitor it, you could do it as an alert window, of course, but yes, you make your top list and then you attach it. Steve is going to be very soon, but yeah, you just attach it. Here's my watch list here. I configure, and in symbol lists, assuming you've made it, if you've made it, it has to be over in this column here, so that you would just find it and add it. Once it's over here, then this is a drop-down menu, and you just say only the following lists, and then you check it. And then say, okay, so then your top list, as you have constructed it, will only monitor that list. Now, how you construct it is up to you. When I say construct it, like the column headers you've got, you may not need any filters because you just want to see everything, but you may want some filters. Maybe a minimum volume, or it's just a way of color coding. These are stocks that are above. I think Steve just entered. And these are stocks that are below below yesterday's close, I guess. It's just a way of color coding. Was that you, Steve? Did I hear you?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Rambling on for a while.
Oh, sorry. I was on mute.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Just give me a moment here because I want to alert them that you were there. Okay, so, and then I can have a chat with you about what we're talking about and how I'm calling. You think that's okay to call it the daily watch list?
Yeah, that's what I do with the races. That's what I do with the top 10 races too. They're just ideas.
Okay. But the brass, I'm talking about the brass. But anyway, okay. Let me just get my announcement in. Okay, guys. So Steve is in our YouTube room. So I'll just get on a break. And you want to probably take off a little bit earlier than 1 o'clock, right?
If possible, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just
I hit about 500 practice balls in the last 3 days. I'm so dead. I'm on to something. I was addicted.
You're not going to get any sympathy from people for being dead for having fun, though.
Yeah. Well,
right?
Got some new blisters. No, you got it.
Okay, now give me one more moment as I put the YouTube link in so people can head over and listen to Steve. Okay, guys, so Steve is in our YouTube room now.
And I see a question already. Looking
and I'll put myself now on mute, not in the YouTube room, but in the other 2 rooms. And mute my music so we can have maybe a minor chat. Oh, okay.
All right. You still hear me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
So maybe you can answer Crazy Kangaroo. I do have a question about how to build an alert based on an idea I have. Sure.
Great place to start. Yeah. And I just sent an email. Let's see. Perfect. So Alex is an email that I'm helping do some support. So I'll speak and help Crazy Kangaroo first, and then I'll wait for Alex to come in. Yes, you can ask on here, right here. And I can read your question and help you out.
Okay, Steve, I will put myself on mute now, and I'll come back.
See you then.
10-2. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, go ahead and type your question. I'm going to catch up here and kind of see what you were talking about before. You want a watch list, short ideas, place it into a short watch list. Quickest way to create watch lists. Okay, so you're up to speed on there from what Barry showed you. You'll use this list only once you've created the list you want to scan. So let me know what it is you're looking to scan for, and I can certainly try and help. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Generally speaking, what's going on out there today? So NASDAQ just going sideways, continuing the Qs consolidation. Bigger picture, we're still above this red 20-day moving average, so that is still good, but we'll see where the market closes at the end of the day. When we drill into the 15-minute chart, we have some interesting concepts, observations. We've got 5 rejections there at this 5-day moving average. So that's rather significant. That's what's happening over in the Qs. Relatively speaking, in the SPY, what are they doing? Same kind of a thing. The big rejection at the 5-day moving average in the SPY, and then the 10-day average, 10-period average, excuse me, is coming down to really start to force the issue. This is what the buyers don't want to see. They don't want to see that rainbow roll over and make a new low underneath the pressure of these moving averages. You can see why I like to use just these 2 moving averages. There's a pretty good correlation there. Okay, so Kangaroo, looking for a mean reversion alert. I want to look for stocks that have been in an overall strong uptrend over the last 6 months. Okay, that's a good starting point. 6 months. We have a thing called position in range. 6 months, I think. Well, I'll have to take a look. I want to see when they make a move down and become overextended. Okay, so it's kind of a double layer, and I think this is best for a top list. So we're not going to worry about making an alert. We'll just try and find a scan that looks and finds ideas for you based on that. So the first condition you said was a long period. Let's just see what the position and range family offers. Position and range, perfect. Okay, position and 6-month range. So here's where we start. Add that filter and understand that 0 is the 6-month low and 100 is the 6-month high. So if we want to see things that have been pretty strong in the last 6 months, let's start with a value of maybe 85 percentile. You know, they've in the top, in other words, they're 15% away from highs based on the range. We can change that to 90, but that's our starting point. But then you want to do another layer. You want to see when they make a move down and become overextended. So position in 6-month range up. Let's do another layer. We're going to do 3 layers here. We're going to do change now. We're going to do change in days. Change in 20 days. All right, we're going to make sure that the change in the 20 days has been good. All right, it's been up at least, 5% in the last 20 days. But here is where we're going to go for the 5-day change in 5 days. This is where I think you could start to find some oversold stuff. So we're going to layer into this change in 5 days percent, add filter. Now we can do a negative number. So just to rehash, we've got position in 6-month range. We're in the 85th percentile, so we're nowhere near the lows. We're more closely to the highs of a 6-month range. Change in 20 days, we're up at least 5%. I mean, let's make that, I don't know, 7%. We can try. But change in the last 5 days, maybe we want to make that like -4. Again, I'm just spitballing the numbers here, but this is kind of the architecture of the way we'd want to look. So let's go ahead and click into this. It's not going to have your symbol list, but you can add your symbol list, and we don't have a whole lot to look at here. So we're going to probably have to make some changes. But what we do have is IAG. Okay. IAG has been in a good 6-month range. As we can see, it's near the top. It's been moving up, right? Over the last 20 days, there's our 20-day change. It's a positive percent. But then the 5-day change, this is the secret sauce. We need a negative percent. So this is probably the place to start with. Let's clear this and see what else we have on here. Cocoa. Hey, look at this. I think we did a pretty good job to start with, right? So you're asking for stocks that are in an uptrend. We gave that 6-month position in 6-month range, solid. The last 20 days have been solid, but the last 5 days have been bad. So this is the way in which you can use this top list and just kind of cycle through them. Now, for me, if I was looking to get long cocoa, this is a nice little area here where we've breached the 10 SMA, a couple of breakout failures. It's possible that we could really try and hold this 20 SMA and this $20 level. So you're getting a nice pullback and giving you an idea of when a good pullback entry could be here. What else do we got? Same thing. Look at this beautiful bottoming tail too on there. You know what? I'm just going to give you this, Crazy Kaz and Kangaroo. And from there, you are able to go in and configure. Whoops. You are able to go in and configure and play around. I would play around with maybe the position. I mean, position in 6-month range. That might be good enough, but maybe, these are the 3 values you can play around with. Because for right now, we only have about 4 entries. And the last one of the 4, not bad as well. So I think that's kind of close to what you were asking me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give this to you. You have to give it a name. Just go to the summary tab to give it a name because it's unnamed. But here are all the filter settings I just did for that setup. Okay, so what I just did is we did a top list scan. There is no event. If you wanted to do something like that, you could take, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to collaborate. I'm going to take the filter settings here. I'm going to copy all the filter settings, and then we can drop it into a new alert. The alert is where we might have some standard deviations. I think that might be what you would be looking for. So standard deviation, you could look for a standard deviation breakdown as your event. We want to launch this first, then we'll collaborate our filters. So now it's just a blank alert, and we need to give it an event. The heartbeat is a placeholder, but like I said, standard deviation breakdown. Let's see what this gives us. And as you see here, we can qualify. All right, let's see if there's any 2 standard deviations in here. That's pretty aggressive. I'm gonna wonder if there's nothing that comes through here, but let's see. Oh, look, that CDZI, it's matching both scans. Okay, so CDZI gave us an event. If we look at the history today. So here's the history today of all these ideas. So I'm going to give you this as well. These are 2 different ways in which you can approach that type of scan. They're both the same filters, but one is just giving you a list and the other is giving you a standard deviation of 2 breakdown. Those should get you going in the right direction. Hey, is Alex here yet? Alex, if you're here, let me know. And I can start looking to get you some help. Said he'd pop in shortly. There you are. Hi, Alex. So we can go anywhere you want. This is your time now. Been trying to hook up with you for a while. I know you have questions. I know you might want me to look at your layout, and I'd be happy to do that. You just have to send it to me, and then we could go over something specifically. Or if you don't want to give me the layout, we can just go over individual questions of a scan or a feature, and I can demonstrate it on mine. I think one of the first questions you had was custom volume. So let me explain how the custom volumes work. It's a little odd. I wanted to see how to set up alerts. Okay. But you did ask about custom volume. So let me just show you something real quick here. Okay. So we have the 2 different scans. We've got the alerts and the top list. Just remember, Alex, the alerts are nothing but a filter set. And I'm sorry, the top list, excuse me, is nothing but a filter set. There's no event. There's no new high. There's nothing happening. It just kind of recycles and refreshes every symbol every 30 seconds. And I've got it clicked kind of like a spreadsheet sort. This particular one, I'm sorting and I'm color coding based on the short float. So this is my short squeeze scan. And everything at the top in dark green has giant short percentage floats. So it's a nice, easy way to categorize and catalog some ideas. The difference is with the alert window is we have to have an event that's telling us new high, new low, new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low. The one I just did for Kangaroo, it was a standard deviation. Well, let me point something out here. If we go to the alert window, there's something that's already there for you, which I think is what we were talking about. I'm going to do volume. The keyword search is your friend, and then just keyword. There it is, these volume minute categories. What I wanted to highlight was that volume 1 minute is a standard option as a filter on our alerts. But again, these alerts, we have to have new high, new low, new 15-minute low is the case here. Whereas over on our top lists, we don't have that, but that doesn't mean we can't get it. So if I go volume on the top lists, all right, volume, see, it starts at 5 minutes. There's no 1 minute option. So if you were looking to get a custom volume of 1 minute, that can be created and dropped into your account. That's what I was going to talk about on the volume side. If I'm off, you can correct me, but you want to see how to set up alerts. So go ahead and get more specific, and then maybe we can create an alert based on what you're looking to scan for, because we just did that for Kangaroo too. And it's much easier to do these types of things than phone calls, because we can share desktops, or I can show you visually how to set these up. And this is why we set these sessions up for people. So you still have the floor, Alex. I'll just wait and let you tell me what you think we should try to build a scan for, and I can walk you through it. Okay, I want to create an alert for 2 consecutive green candles and a 5-minute candle plus 3%. Okay, so the plus 3%, what change is that? Is that going to be a 10-minute change time frame or a 5-minute time? You said plus 3%. What time frame is that going to be that I can associate that with? So we're going to go ahead. We're going to start with new alert. 5-minute change. Okay, so we're going to go new alert. We're going to start from scratch. We double click that tree. Nothing in here. So let's just work backwards. Since it is an alert, I am going to say you want 2 consecutive green candles. Well, let's see if we have a new 10-minute high. Sorry. 10-minute high. And look at that. No, we don't. I'm going to type the high family. Yes, we do. 10-minute high. Okay, so I mean, we have to have an event, and I don't want to use a new 5-minute high, Alex, because you're asking for 2 consecutive green candles, 5-minute candles. So the event will be a 10-minute high. We'll start there, and then we'll work backwards into the filters. So the consecutive candles are exactly how they sound. Just type in CONS, consecutive, in the search term here, and there's our time frames, 5-minute candles. We're going to add that filter. So once that filter is displayed, if we pop a 2 in the minimum, 5-minute candles, we're going to say the stock was up at least 2 candles in a row. And that should correspond with our alert, a new 10-minute high. So stop me if I'm on the wrong track here. And then you've added with 4,000 plus shares on the volume. Okay, so 5-minute volume, we can do that. Let's go. Let's take a look at 5-minute volume. 5 vol. Okay, I think that's the custom formula that you might be looking for, because what we have is the volume 5 minutes percentage. However, yes, we do have a custom formula, so I'm going to have to create that for you. And what I'm going to suggest we do, so we get a support ticket going, Alex, and then we can let you know when the custom formula has been created for you, and that's going to be creating volume 5 minutes minimum 4,000 shares. I guess that's what you're saying. So I'm just going to type out the email, info@trade-ideas.com. And you can attention Steve, of course, since we're working together. That's for Alex. And in that email, remind me as detailed as possible, I need a custom formula that allows me to see the share count, not the percentage, but the share count in a 5-minute period. And we can drop that into your account. Now, Alex, watch closely here. I want to show you something. When I clear out the search tab and put nothing in there, when I go down to the very, very bottom, all of these ones that have a U in front of them, these are all custom formulas. So when we create this custom formula and drop it into your account, it'll be all the way down here at the bottom. But we'll label it something that you can draw it up in, of course. Okay, the 5-minute chunk. Yeah, so that's what we don't have off the shelf. So what I'm going to recommend is we'll get you that. Just send an email to that support email, and you can send it attention me. I'll dig it up. I'll drop it into your account, and I just showed you, how you'll access it. And so when that custom formula comes in, it'll be shares. You'll just put 4,000 in the minimum. So it'll be a minimum 4,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That'll be the filter that sounds like you've been looking for. Cool. Are there more issues that I can help you with? Because we got some time. But definitely I'll follow through on that support ticket if you send that email, because I want to make sure you get that. Okay, the heartbeat is a great question. Let's talk about that. The heartbeat isn't a filter. What the heartbeat is when you open up a new alert window, and well, let's do this. Let's do what I did earlier. Let's say I'll take my filters here. This is the collaborate feature. All I'm doing is I'm copying my filters, not the event, but the filters. So I've copied that last, and we're going to go new alert window. I'm just going to launch it as is. But what happens is if I paste in all those filter settings, I'm left with an alert window that has no alert. And that's when you see the heartbeat. The heartbeat is essentially a placeholder. All it does is it tells this window, hey, you got to be pinging the server. I can't remember how often it is, every 30 seconds, or it doesn't matter. But when you see a heartbeat, it's useless. You need to replace it with something more interesting. Do not recommend the heartbeat. It's basically just letting you know the alert's turned on, but it's waiting for an event that is configurable. In your case, Alex, we chose the 10-minute high to create the event, and that's when the real time will pop through. So you're going to be seeing stocks that have 2 consecutive green candles that meet that amount. And you might even want to add some additional filters, like, is it in an uptrend or a downtrend? There's other ways to do that. Position in 6-month range. Is it low? Is it high? Is it above a moving average? Is it below moving averages? We can do that. Okay, perfect question. Sorry, Kangaroo. Let's get back to you. I'm going to click on one of those links that I dropped for you. And as you'll see, what it did is it brought you to a browser. This is the easiest way. You can also right-click on that link, like right-click and copy link directly from the chat window, or you can just open the URL, and this is what we need to copy. This is the code right there. Once you've copied that into your clipboard, file, load from cloud, there it is. We load it for you, and there's the scan that I gave you. So those are 2 easy ways to do it. All right. So with the heartbeat, if you have a 5-minute, 3-minute change in 2 consecutive green candles, those are not the results you want. Essentially, Alex, what you're doing is you're just dropping that information into a top list window, because the top list windows do not require an event. So we could take, oh God, I closed that window I was working on for you too. Dummy. Let me go back. Well, let's just finish the example. New top list window. We'll just put in the stuff we had before. Filters. We want, what did we have? Consecutive candles, 2 greens, 5-minute. And so there's no event here. Remember, the other one had the 10-minute high. And the 10-minute high is what triggers a return to come through the window. If I just leave like this, and let's try something else. Let's just do like volume 5-minute percentage. We can tackle this from a different perspective. If we just do normal, or maybe we even do, how about let's do this. 2 times normal volume. It doesn't matter the share count, but it's going to look back and say, normally this particular stock is doing XYZ, or this particular amount of shares. Well, for the 5-minute candle that we're looking at, it's doing double what we normally show for that particular stock. That's the real power of this program, is being able to look back in our database and compare. So there's going to be a lot of stuff on here. I'm going to click OK. But right off the bat, we probably have a full load. Let's see, how many do we have? Oh, not too many, actually. This isn't bad. So this is essentially what you're asking, Alex. There's no event, and there's no need to use an alert window with a heartbeat. You just use a top list window instead. Now, what do you want to sort by? That's where it becomes interesting. So maybe we sort by, well, we have to have the columns to sort by it. So if we don't have the column up there, let's see how many, let's go to configure. We'll go to columns. We have consecutive candles in there. Why can't we show that? Consecutive candles. Let's show that column. There's today's shares. Change them to close. Change them. We don't need that. All right, so I added the column consecutive candles. We could sort by these. Okay, so the most that we've got on here are 3 consecutive candles. That's probably not the best thing to sort on. I'd say sort on relative volume. All right, relative volume is now putting these 2 at the top. These 2 are green on the day. I'll go to a 5-minute chart. Okay. So that's counting that one and the one behind it, 2 green candles. Once the candle closes, as long as the high is above the high of the prior candle, that will, and the closing price is above the prior closing price, that will give you a consecutive candle. But I would focus on this stuff here. Again, sorting by relative volume. I mean, this stuff down here, this stuff's doing nothing. The volume is just asleep. But these guys up here, what's SATX? All right, there's some consecutive candles moving with good volume. 17 times normal volume. Yeah, so alerts are when you want a real-time scan, but the event is what triggers the alert. The event could be a cross above moving out, or it could be a cross above opening green to red, red to green. It could be new high, new low. It could be a 10-minute high, 5-minute high. It could be a block print. Anything that's in, and I'll show you. Let's go back so you can orient and see this. So you notice in the menus, when we go to an alert window config, everything that's in these green and red colors, these are all events. There's our standard deviation we looked at earlier. Blue, red, green, these are all events. These are all things that can trigger an alert window to show you something. There's a lot more than people realized. Some candlestick patterns. And then after all that, we start to get into the filters. So our filters are always going to be these 2 colors. So there's really the break. That's the break line between events up top and filters down below, only if you're using an alert window. When you use a top list window, you are limited to only the filters, as you see. So hopefully that clears up a little bit, Alex. Also on the chart, is there a way to see percentage on the candle? I don't think there's a way on the chart to see the percentage as the candle, but let's do this. This is the single stock window, and this is where we put all of our interesting data. I'm constantly looking at float size, short float. So what you could do is you should have one of these. Just right click and configure. We're going to add that new data point. And we're going to add, what is it we wanted? The amount of change. Let's see. Okay, so change in 5 minutes. All right, so we want change in 5 minutes. So you can see the relative percent change. And we'll add that to my single stock window. Okay, so highlighted change 5 minutes, percent. All we have to do is click show column. Oh, actually, yeah, that's it, show column, and then okay. And it should be there. Let's see if we can find it. There it is. Let's click into something else here. CDW. Don't do that to me. Why is that showing 0.5 minutes? There we go. We're starting to get some values here now in some of these 0.3, 0.1. Now, what you could also do, Alex, is if you wanted to add, let's add change in 5 minutes as a column. I don't believe it's on there, so let's add it. Configure columns. Might not be in there. I might have to go find it. Volume, change 5 days. Yeah, it's not in there. So how do we find it to add it? Back to search. Change 5 minutes. Change 5 minutes percent. Show column. Okay. All right. Now that we've got that column, we can do that. We can sort by that if we want. Ooh, ATLX has had the biggest 1 minute change. Look at that. There it is. Nope, now it's down to 4. It moves around quickly, but I've got it in 2 places here. You see, I've got it now on my single stock window, and I've got it on my columns. And once you have it as a column, you can sort by it. So you'll be able to see which ones are moving the most in the last 5 minutes. So yeah, there's going to be no data points in the candle itself, other than the crosshair tools and what you have up top. So that's why we use the single stock window. And then again, just right click, configure. You can add any of our filters, and this window displays what that filter value is at this moment. So hopefully that makes sense, Alex. Circle, do you have an opinion on how the introduction of ODTE options have influenced price action? I know that they're becoming extremely popular. It's a great question, really, and I don't have an honest answer or an informative answer, because I just noticed that they are extremely popular with newer traders, and let me explain why. When we go into Twitter Spaces and Wolf Trading, and a lot of these traders, they don't have the $25,000 pattern day trading stupid nanny state American regulation that allows you to go in and trade your money freely. They restrict you with the day trading pattern rules, which sucks, but that's for equities. With options, we don't have that. So I think a lot of people are realizing they can open $5,000 and $10,000 accounts and trade the big guys. They trade Apples and Teslas, the liquid stuff. How that affects price action, I don't know. Maybe by the end of the week there might be some expirations that can come into play. But all I can say is that I think it's a good tool for people because it defines their risk. As a new trader, the worst thing you can do is come in and just short something or be long and not have any risk-defined management, and you blow up your account. Whereas these types of these short-term options, you come in, you're like, oh, my risk is $150. If I lose it, I lose it. You're not at risk for a gap down or a halt, or you can lose 10 times that because of bad luck. Exactly, Barry. Not in Canada, but not everybody lives in Canada, eh? So, Barry can elaborate on it, but we've done some internal discussions recently about how we need to get some more of that type of data, because it's becoming more and more popular for day traders, because they like to limit their risk, and you can have a much more fair account without regulation. All right, so back to Alex. I'm going to share this with you. I'm going to share what we've made so far. I'm going to save and share this scan, and it's all good for you to receive and update however you want. And remind me, of course, when you send me that email, that we need to drop in that 5-minute share count filter for you. So that's for Alex. And I will look out for that email, and I promise I'll have that in your account today, that custom filter for the 5-minute. Very informative. Good. Thank you, Krogan. Good to know. All right, we're caught up. I'm still going to be here for 20 minutes or so, so glad to hear that somebody's finding it informative. What's going on out there? I'm seeing some new 30-minute highs here in the markets. They're not dying easily. So like I said earlier, oops, we got to go back to a 15-minute time frame for me. So my lines are there. Here we go. That 5-day blue line is still holding in the Qs. Still hold. I mean, for the bulls to call victory today, they really got to kind of get back above this blue line there on the 15-minute charts. Otherwise, they're going to be under pressure. And there is the there is the symbol. That's okay. I'll go ahead and I'll grab his account Alex. I'm speaking to Barry, but when you send in that email, I'll have access to your account and I'll drop in this custom filter for you. I usually don't do customs, but let's just see. Yeah, Randy, there you go. Yeah. Randy saw the cost benefit analysis of trading that type of account. What was I going to do? Tools, formula editor. All right. Create a new, okay. Create new U27, so I would drop that in there. Unexpected character, we don't want that. Okay, so if you're still with me, Alex, this is something you can do on the front end if you want. If not, I'm happy to do it for you if you're not here anymore. But I basically went to Tools and Formula Editor. Creating my new U27 as an unused filter. I don't want to load that. Let's see. The description is volume 5-minute shares. Format. Okay, we're getting valid. So we've got a valid syntax. So maybe I'll make, I don't know, I'll make this U96. Huh? How's that? The last of the U's. U96. So there it is. This is going to become my volume up. Save. All right, let's go see if it's there. So when I go back to now my, in your case, top list, configure, search U96 should be volume 5-minute shares. And there it is. I forgot to add shares as the, normally you'd want to add shares, percent, $signs, but you can do that. If you're still here and you caught that, Alex, great. If not, I'll do it for you, but I just showed everybody else how you can do it yourself. I don't know, Randy, you trade those. Do you notice any effect of the stocks that you think, towards the end of the week as they expire? Or I haven't really thought about it. I just know that they're a good vehicle, trading vehicle for newer traders with smaller accounts. And it kind of forces you to focus on the high liquid stuff too, because you can get in and get out quickly. Hey, Alex, if you're still there, I can go over that custom formula one more time and show you. I can walk you through it on your end if you want. Just let me know. All right. Personally, I'm still in some BBAI. For me, there's no reason to get out. We're still making higher lows. Okay, good question. Let's see here. I missed what you asked. Sorry. Oh, I was just wondering if you noticed any, somebody had asked Perfect Circle, do you have any opinion on how the introduction of ODTE options have influenced price action in the market? I haven't noticed any byproduct of price action. I mean, if there would be any, I would imagine it would be on Fridays, but I don't know. I was just seeing if you noticed anything, because I don't. I just know things are just whippy and crazy. It's not the market I learned how to trade on, I can tell you that. Sam, hi. To show float is less than 20 million, easy. So I'll just grab this one as a example. Filters, do we have a float filter in here? Yes. Okay, so you take your float filter, which by the way, you can just search, type in float. Short float, 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 turnover. You want float in shares. And then you add that filter. What you want to do is you want to cap it at 20, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 20 million. And it gives you kind of a histogram of all the stocks. Okay, all these stocks are no longer in your purview because they're over 20 million float, but you still got these amount of stocks in the universe that you can measure against. So 20 million, you got to type out all the zeros and put that in the max category. Oh, you can do or you can do 2M as well. I didn't know that, Barry. Let's try that. Configure. That's a new feature. I think we finally figured that out. Let's try it. Float 20 maximum. Float 20 capital M. I don't think that worked. It's still showing all of the market. No, I don't think that worked. I think you got to put the zeros in there. It might be only for K. You might be right, Barry. Yeah, it only really affects, we're talking options, the Fridays, maybe Mondays, but I think there's probably too little of those accounts actually really affecting. It's probably a good point. It's probably too little. That's a retail, it's a retail product, not to be confused with the big guys sweeping and swiping their options plays. All right, Alex, well, I'm assume you're gone. If you're still here, let me know. I can show you. Otherwise, I'll wait for your email. Anyway, I'm still in some BBAI. I like the daily chart. It's holding its moving average, but AI took a big hit midday on some stupid comments. We'll see if they mean anything by the end of the day. Whoops. TGB, that better be a 30-minute low. All right, so it looks like we're caught up. Really? 20, oh, is there a space maybe between the M? I don't know. Let's try again. No space. Well, what happened to my float?
Steve.
Yeah.
I typed in 300. Look at this one. If you, I'll just take over the screen for a second, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How do I do this? So I typed in 300. Just give me a moment. I'll take over the screen. Okay, so you see I typed in 300M here, volume today.
I've got to open my screen a bit more.
Maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see
Volume
your
today,
screen. Yeah, yeah.
300M. Now if I go
Yeah.
summary, it's 300 million shares.
Okay, but we were doing float.
Matter. Oh, I mean, okay. Okay, I've only used it for the volume today,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Yeah, I don't know if it works
matter.
for float.
Oh, okay. Maybe it doesn't work for float. Okay.
Because when I went to the hourglass, it didn't show like it was dissecting a portion of the market. It still showed all symbols in the market under float.
Okay. Float. Boy, this is really slow. Okay.
Wonder why.
Float. Sorry, Steve, I shouldn't take over from you like this.
We were all good. We had our questions all answered, so we weren't really going
Okay.
anywhere.
Come on, where's the fluid? Oh, okay. Oh, add the filter. Okay. Okay. And then summary. Float. Where is the float? God.
Why can't it show you float? What the heck?
Search, float, add filter. Okay, well, that means it was, oh, there we are.
There,
Okay,
finally
so
it's set.
300 million. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it only goes to, well, there it is. No, that's right.
Click on the hourglass, though, in the filters there.
I never do that, but okay.
See, see, that's showing that all 9,000 stocks are still eligible. Whereas if you change that to, if you go back and change that to 20 with the zeros, it might give you something different. That's all I was basing it on. I wasn't looking at the summary, so.
That's weird, though.
Yeah.
That shouldn't make any difference at all. I mean, that's the number. I mean, right there in the min. I mean, that's got to be the number that it's looking at.
Try 20 million and then go to the histogram. You know, maybe this is something I need to tell them that they need to update on the histogram.
20 million.
No, with the numbers, with the numbers.
Oh, you mean here?
The actual numbers, yeah.
Okay, 20 million.
Well, no. I mean, type out all the zeros.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not the M.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Let's take a look at the histogram. Take a look at the that. See how it's now broken the market down. That's what my concern was. It's showing you that it is filtering out in the histogram, but in the summary, it's saying 20 million. I might have to bring that up.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But either way, I think you're covered if it says it's in the summary, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I never used the histogram.
Neither have I, but I used to use it to make sure I had the right amount of commas in there on the zeros.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now you can go if you want to, but otherwise you can stick around. But I'm just trying to think of. I'm looking at this UIHC, which I'm back in, and that was from our daily watch list, Steve. Our daily watch list, UIHC, and looks interesting. It had some news. Now that news you're talking about with the AI, yeah, that really destroyed it. I'm not talking about our AI, but the symbol that really destroyed it.
Yeah, it's just somebody's opinion though, which drives me crazy, but that's okay.
I don't know if it's an opinion because in the news I read, let me just bring it up. I don't think it was an opinion.
I thought that they had come out with a call saying that AI really wasn't going to be everything but everybody's thinking it's going to be.
Oh, okay. Okay, in that regard. But they did dump 1.7 million shares. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So they put their money where their mouth was, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they dumped 1.7 million shares, et cetera, et cetera. So it wasn't just, okay, we don't believe in generative AI. How can you not believe in generative AI?
I don't know.
It's incredible.
Well,
truly is incredible. All the little things that I've done.
Just to let you know, like,
Sorry?
Dave, I was going to say, Dave Mabe in our tech share last week, he said, every one of the developers, you need to watch this. He goes, I'm going to show you something. I had a problem and I couldn't figure out how to code the syntax correctly. And I worked my way through it. And the ChatGPT AI gave me the correct code within 10 minutes. It would have taken me over 60 minutes and a dozen Google searches to come with it up on my own. So the amount of time and efficiency it's saving developers is unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Well, I consider myself a developer now.
Yeah.
You just English language ask, now it'll be awesome if somehow we can do that within Trade Ideas. And I don't know what the answer to that is.
It's so early, but we're wrapping our mind around it. And we're going to start saving all of our data. We're not going to purge our data anymore. And so maybe in 2 years, we'll have a pretty huge data set. I don't know where it's going to go, but we're keeping a close eye on it.
Yeah. but it's amazing just to be able to ask in English language what you're looking for.
Or
And then,
prompt it to answer you in a certain perspective.
yeah,
Like a
prompt.
Dr. Seuss. Give you the answer in a Dr. Seuss riddle, and they'll do it.
Well, I'm talking about coding though. I'm talking about,
Yes.
show me this. This
Oh,
is what I want.
save so much time.
All the filter requirements that I want,
Yep.
and
Shows you where the
code it for
error
me.
is. Yeah. I
I
wonder
mean,
how many
it's
people
true.
are like right now saying, "How can I start a business with $1,000 and turn it into 100,000?"
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm sure there
All
are
right.
many, but
All right, Barry. Thanks for
oh, big stretch on
big
that. Oh, those
stretch.
golf
Yep.
swings. Yes.
Oh man, I'm
Okay.
telling you,
Limber up that. Is it the right shoulder or the left shoulder?
it's the left shoulder, but it's working. I got it built up now. It's all set. We're
Okay.
good.
All right, my friend. I
All right,
can
Barry.
take over if you like.
Great. I'll see you around.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm back in the rooms. Let me just give me a moment here as I get my music going. These tabs on my others. Just give me a moment, guys. I've got so many things going on my other two monitors that you cannot see. You know what's happening again is Tanya. Tanya is starting to make another move, TNYA. It was an early one I took. That 480 might still be the block, but let me just got to get my music going. There we go. I'll get rid of my announcement. Okay. So I was saying in the YouTube room, I am back in this UIHC. I'm just waiting to see if it can break above 250. I'm in at 230, right on that little break there. This is from our daily watch list, as I'm now going to call it. Also, of course, it was showing up here. I don't know why that happens. If I can do that, yeah. Oops. There we go. Hmm. This was a little bit of a spready one, but not another good one from the AI, from, sorry, our daily watch list. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Using it like a watch list. Forget all these conservative, moderate, and aggressive profit. Use it like a watch list. You can figure out ways to trade these. I mean, I didn't get in this one well, I did take this one really early, but it's sort of on my own. But I waited, and on that 230, when I got that little 230 break, I took it again. I don't know what it's going to. No, I'd love to see it take out that 250. It may not. The big attraction, of course, is the fact that it got up to 324 after hours yesterday. And then the EGBN, a great short, 27.52, a $2 move, even more on the way down here, down to 25. So, using it like a watch list, it just generates the alerts for you and just use it like a watch list. Boy, T. This would have been a nice one to have kept, but I just didn't do it. 1759 is the next low looking left for T on the U2 tank on the weekly chart for T. Look at MP. MP on the way down here. It's materials too, and materials has been a strong sector, or at least it's in this, well, metal or mining. Okay. Um, Next low looking left is around 23.44. Is that right? 23.55 on the weekly chart. So we're at 24 right now. It's been in a 4-day, 3-day decline for MP. All right, now this is bumping right into the VWAP, guys. HTGC bumping right into the VWAP at 1281. So will this be able to get through, or will it bump in and drop again? To me, it doesn't have that much room though. Even if it drops, I mean, from 1280 down to 1264, just not enough room for me. Little pop from Manu, okay, MANU. Oops, gotta put in the right symbol. Yeah, it's a pretty big pop, actually, isn't it? I mean, actually, I hadn't realized. I remember this day when it was getting down to underneath 19, so it has actually moved a little bit, but yeah, pop here. And here's your news. Takeover update as bidders make belief clear as the Glazers hold firm. Oh, so this one actually came all the way back. UCAR, unbelievable. Usually when you see something like this on these, usually that's it, and they just drift right back down. But boy, this is resilient. Now they look at the shares, 1 million shares now have traded. An ETF? Are you kidding me? I can't do that. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, PJ. All right, guys, I've taken most of my UIHC off. Looks like it's just going to struggle to get through 250. So I am not going to agonize about that one. The SATX, how well did it hold? Mm, Not good. Okay, 144 down to 117. Okay. You know what has been a super frustrating one is this AUGX. Very frustrating. I keep thinking there's that, oh, there we go, reset. A little bit of struggle to keep through that VWAP at 315. Okay, I have to refresh my memory about Tanya. Tanya, yeah, 481 is the next high looking left. So that's pretty close, actually. TNYA. RXO to probably nothing. Yeah. Well, if real is here, I can see that RXO, yeah, right to the top of the channel on a 5 minute chart anyway, that I can see for RXO, and it broke down. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, I was talking about RXO real. So looking at my 5 minute channel, it was right at the top, just hovering just a little bit above it, and then at around 19, it broke down through it. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm on mute. I'm on mute. Forgot to unmute my mic. So I'm just looking at WDC, guys. This is showing this in the 10-day, in the 20-day range low. It's showing up here. And of note, it's had this bunch of days down, one little green day here. But of note, look at the weekly chart. The next low looking left is 30.96. So say call it 31. So that is $2.50 away. I'm actually going to take a look at this as a short at around 33.44. If it gets to the low here. This is definitely trading against the market. I mean, the market is now having that nice surge again, but this is not participating yet anyway. So RR broke down now through the VWAP, 47.39, broke down through the VWAP. Check tech for a possible bounce, sure. BECK, I see. Yeah, it's even below my 5-minute. Well, with the market doing this, you would think that maybe I'll get a bit of a bounce out of it with the market flying higher again. Maybe I'll stick an alert around 47.07, just a little bit above the whole number, and see if it moves up there. If it does, I mean, it's got room maybe to the 47.50 mark. 47.47 is actually the VWAP, so it may stall there. So Key was an earnings play that got beaten down a little bit in the pre-market anyway. Yeah, nice rebound, 11.38, 12.18, still pretty strong. It's an earnings play. Hasn't quite gone positive. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video right now. We do Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2, so I'm going to do my video now. What time is it? 13:12, so about 1 or 13:13. So I'll be back at about 1, no later than 1:23, shouldn't be anyways. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, Bugs Bunny. So you don't see, I just have the one here. I can show you how you can construct the other ones if you want. Um, I didn't want to overload on my homepage lots of different scans. So most people don't want to short. So that's why I didn't put the momentum down, but I can certainly show you how you can do it. And it's a use of our what we call our flip feature, which I think is good to know. It's a bit of a time saver. All this is this DR stands for don't repeat. Okay, so and I can show you how you can do that also. So don't repeat just means this. Okay, so at 9:30, AUGX hit the scanner at 9:30, right when the market opened. The price was 338. Okay. Now, what you'll see here in this, you'll see the repeating version. So every time AUGX made a new high, you would see it. Okay. They made a new high at 340. Okay. Just trying to see. UIHC is a better example. Again, at 9:30, the alert was at 221. So it started to move. Well, even AUGX was moving. Anyway, the bottom line is that this is the repeating version, okay, of this. This allows you to kind of go back in time, click on the alert, and say, okay, what did it do from there? So for instance, if I click on AUGX right now, the symbol will load and you will actually see this is a 15-minute candle. You will see it's maybe hard to see because it's right on over that 5, but there's a blue arrow pointing up. Not that that means anything. I mean, in terms of the up or down, it's just telling you that's the candle in which the alert happened if you're looking at a 15-minute chart as an example. Okay, so it basically allows you to kind of go back. If I look at UIHC, kind of go back in time and say, okay, what did it do from there? And I pull back. Now it's sitting back up here. So if UIHC made another new high for the day, the last time that happened, or the last new high of the day from any one of these was at 1232 for UIHC. If UIHC goes to 252, you will see it here. Okay, so this is a better example because these are more dynamic. So for instance, if I look at Tanya, okay, so the alert was at 431. Excuse me. Or even PTPI. Well, this is the repeating version of this one also. Okay, this is the don't repeat. So you can go back in time and take a look. Well, what happened from the first alert? So you can see Tanya. As it kept making a new high, you would see it over and over and over again. This is the typical way people use our alert windows. Okay, this is just the don't repeat, and this is just a feature or an option. If I right click on the alert window and I go to properties and click on don't repeat, so we have some options. There's a drop down menu. So if you don't want to see every time it made a new high like over and over and over again, you could say, okay, slow down. Just every minute it made a new high, fine, or fine, or 5 minutes, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the day. And that's what I do. I like to do that. I like to put them side by side so I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? Okay, so that's what the don't repeat is. So if you wanted this momentum down, this is just what I call the flip of this. And how do you do that? Well, if you've got this, then I'm just going to take it out of the dock so it's free floating. And I'm just showing you all this because I think it's a good idea that you know how to do these sort of things. And not just you, I'm sure there could be other people. So now that I've got this, free floating outside, now I duplicate it. Okay, I duplicate it because wait a moment. I duplicate it because I still want this one. I don't want to overwrite it, so I duplicate it. And then what I do is I right click. First of all, I'll take a look at I'll check the configuration and I'll look at the summary. So what can be flipped will be flipped. So what is flip? Well, obviously, I'm now looking instead of a new high for the day, I'm looking for a new low for the day. Now you can't flip price ranges or the current volume or any of these, but I can flip this. Instead of the price being up 2%, it has to be down at least 2%. Okay, so obviously every filter cannot be flipped, most alerts can be flipped, but not every filter can be flipped. So when I flip it, I click on flip, and look what happens. See, now that turns into new low, and now it's down at least 2% from the previous close. And then I can give it another name, momentum down. Now, why that's a nice feature is that you don't have to do everything from scratch. I mean, obviously you could just construct the same thing, but as long as you're looking for the same price range and everything else basically the same, you just want sort of the reverse of a scan, and that's what that does. So you can do the same thing. You can take, so if you've got that Momo, just flip it, and if you want to create don't repeats, you can do that. Again, what you would do is you would duplicate the window and then do the don't repeat. Got it? Good. Okay. Oh man, this would have been probably my best trade of the day if I had just kept it. But my stop maybe it was a little too tight. Best trade of the day in that, look at this is T in that, once this started at 1796, look at this. It just kept moving down, down, inching its way down. No giant red candles. That's what you want, really. You want something that just moves down a little bit so that, all of a sudden, because what happens is you get giant red candles, then all of a sudden you get the bottom fishers coming in saying, let's try to do a bounce. So easier to stay in the trade and not get so hyper about it if these candles are just narrow and moving down, down, down. But I basically got taken out of the trade flat. SUNL over talks. Okay. This is a real cheap one. Okay. Pagaya Technologies said to weigh Sunlight Financial takeover. Yeah, I just don't trade these, but yeah, I mean, if you had heard this or at 30 odd cents, yeah, man, that would be a tremendous run. So this AI certainly got hammered on that news that came out that I guess we'll call it a fund. So they just dumped this fund. I guess Baker Hughes just dumped out 1.7 million shares. Okay, so it looks like they still own a big whack of this, though. Just reading this now, they had 6.9 million shares and they've sold 1.7 million. Okay, so you took this stock detail. I think what you have to do is you have to grab the right-hand corner and expand it. Okay, I think that's the issue. Let me just load one and I think I'll show you what I'm talking about. So what does it look something like this? So you just have to take the right-hand side and expand it so you can see all the columns. Does that work? No, really. Do you know how to give me a cloud link? Well, let me, you took mine. Okay, well, let me just load mine for make sure, but let me just load mine, the one that I'm sharing. So there's my single stock window. File load from cloud. Load. Okay. I don't know how to help then. I honestly don't. Pepe? I mean, I just loaded what you should have. This is exactly the same size and everything. And I mean, usually this is the issue, but all you have to do is grab the right-hand corner and you should get all, like you can get as many columns as you want, of course, but so this is what you see. You see something that kind of looks like this, very narrow. Bugs. So this is what you see, something that's just very narrow like this. Oh, okay, good. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, but sometimes it's just, one of those things. Sometimes it's just easier to, yeah, load something again and see if that works rather than try to figure out why the original didn't work. Just glad it worked. GME guys now underneath that 21. There's ADTX. You know why, guys? They're doing the scummy thing. I think they're going to be announcing a financing. Yeah, there you go. Announces a $1.9 million registered direct offering, doing it mid-market. So anybody who was holding this, hoping for a little bounce later on, are just getting ripped off. Oh, here's another one that's showing up. Okay. Now I saw this one. I think we saw this one yesterday. When I say showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, KNTE, this is an all-time low. I think it showed up yesterday in the 10-day daily breakdown. This has just had a terrible, terrible week or 5 days. Basically more than cut in half now. KNTE. I hate it when companies make not announcements when they do. You can do an announcement, sort of, only if it's good news. Of course, it doesn't help if you're short. No, these financing announcements, I don't know why they're allowed to do it. Well, it's that's stupid to say. They can, I guess there's nothing, this SEC is not going to step in and say no, but I just think they can easily do it after hours. Anyway, why do I have an alert for WDC? I think it's, oh, here, yeah, this could be interesting. WDC, so it's got some room down to 3096. That's on the weekly chart. So interesting. I mean, it's trading counter to the market, really. I mean, the market has been moving higher. WDC has been kind of moving sideways and now a move down. This reminds me a little bit like Cisco yesterday, that I didn't think it would move that much, and it had just a beautiful, easy rundown. I look at this, right here, look at that move. It showed up on that 20-day daily breakdown, from 48.84 out of there. Go. 48.84. I mean, it wasn't, well, almost a dollar, but just steady. And now look at today. I have to start watching these 20-day daily breakdowns the second day also. Yeah, so where's it resuming to? ADTX. So priced at the market, so it's probably around this price. 122, priced at 122. I mean, they're not raising much. It's only $1.9 million, but let's see if Nova is setting up again, guys. NOVA. Let's see if it's trying to set up again. Yeah, ever since the big run at the beginning of the day, it's been kind of choppy up and down. GME continues to move away from 21 now. Next stop, maybe 20. I'm not saying today, I'm not saying ever, but if it takes out 20, I think that will be very psychological. All right, guys. I'm gonna, this SPR, I will sort of keep an eye on it. I thought it was really going to start to run this morning. It's still up. The trend is still up, still trying to fill in this void a little bit. Look at a 15-minute chart, very choppy. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time now. 1:46, so I have a marketing meeting at 2, so I'm just kind of biding my time. Not seeing anything too crazy right now. But you never know. You get something coming in this momentum up scan later on in the day. Oops, I better get it up here. And it could be one of those fairly low price, low floaters that all of a sudden, in the afternoon just takes off and rips. So this IPO compared to the other one, not nearly as, now I don't know where they're out of. I don't want to assume because of the name, but let me just do a quick look to see where these guys are out of. WLGS. Okay, give me a moment. I have to find another site to show me that IPO. This is not listed. This is not listed on the site that I have. I'm not sure where they're out of, WLGS. Maybe somebody knows. Is it another China? If it is, they didn't do very well compared to the other one. I have this site, but I don't know if it's telling me where they're out of. I need company information or something like that. I don't see easily where these guys are out of. This is the WGLS. Well, I know, but I don't want to jump to conclusions, Casa. Okay. Well, if they are out of China, they must be looking at that other one that came out today saying, man, how come we couldn't have done something like this? Okay, look at UIHC. I have a smidge left, from that 230 buy, but or 220, 232 buy. But let's see if it keeps going now. A smidge is a very technical term. The next high looking left is 261. That is the key. Boy, if it takes that out, look out. So this is pretty good confirmation. So even on the options plays at 946, 239 for UIHC. Of course, it's showing up here, and it was also an AI alert. So our daily watch list alert. So interesting, from our daily watch list alert. Look at the entry price, entry at 208. That hit actually 221 when the market opened. So this waited for a bit of a pullback, the pullback right here, and then boom. Now, I'm sure if you took this trade, you probably have traded some of it out or maybe even all of it out. The other one was a short of EGBN. So you see how that repeating works. Every time UIHC is making a new high. So key. I mean, guys, if it can take out 261, it's hard to believe it will, but they did have some news. I think if I can remember, they had some news. I've got to get better news. Sorry. I'm sure they had some news. I'm something to do with some kind of here we go. United Insurance Unit entered something to do with Florida. Yeah, Florida Department of Financial Services. I mean, again, it doesn't matter if you think the news warrants this move. It doesn't really matter. WAL is testing the VWAP. Take a look at WAL. That it is 39.66. That it is. So the test is: will it break through, or will this stop it in its tracks and move down again? Thank you, Casa. So this is definitely okay. Let's call it a China stock. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of around $6, $5.93. I'm going to stick a price alert. I'm sure it's not going to happen today, but it may happen tomorrow or next week. If it takes that out, this could get it going. So that's all I'm going to do. Just stick an alert, a price alert. Oh, it keeps connecting. You guys give me a moment. I'll be right back. Wow, I thought about shorting that AI, but I don't, it's can be such an erratic one. But look at this, this is probably one of the nicer moves down that I've seen without, jumping all around the place from 22 down to almost 21. All right, guys, I'm going to get set for this meeting. I better spell it right. Okay, I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. And boy, that UYHC has really surprised me. I mean, it didn't really pause that much. That what was it, 260? It really didn't pause that much at that 260 at all. 261 took that out like nothing. I don't have much left, but I've got some, and we'll see what happens. There is the post market high, 322 yesterday. Even Tanya, TNYA. I'm not in this anymore, of course, but this is starting to move too. And again, the high over here is 481. That's on a weekly chart for TNYA. Yeah, I agree with Shady. By the way, Shady, I'm very upset with you. Shady is sitting there, wonder why. Maybe he's not thinking that. I'm very upset with you, though. So here's why I'm upset with you. Again, what was that one? Was it an IPO that day? I can't remember if it was an IPO that day or soon after. And you made a brilliant call at around $32 and it went to 50. I can't remember what the stock was. And I was expecting that call today with the UCAR. You remember that one though? It was maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. Can't remember if it was an IPO that day or the second day or third day. No, was it Lunar? Yeah, I think you're right. I think it might have been Lunar. You are right. It was Lunar. Yeah, back here on that day. Actually, no, on this day right here. Yeah, because it got up to 51. Yeah, that's right. That was it. Yeah, it was on. So it was the day of the IPO. So I kept waiting for you to figure out a way that we could all partake in UCAR, and you didn't do it. Unbelievable, though. Seriously, I mean, all seriousness. I mean, $61. It's just it's crazy. And it really ran pre-market and the next day, yes, for Lunar LUNR. So you never know what might happen with this one tomorrow. I am not at all suggesting people hold this overnight. Okay, not at all. I'm just anyway, just pulling a shady slate a little bit. But I am saying that we should be watching this WLGS going forward. I can just envision the guys who are running this are just sort of licking their chops on that UCAR. I mean, I don't want to lump all China IPOs into the same boat, but boy, I mean, if this takes out the high of today at some time within the next week or so, I mean, this could get really running. Okay, guy, boy, that AI is still, well, let's see if 21 holds it. I mean, 21 now. Boy, that's just beautiful. I mean, that was straight down from 22 to 21, fairly orderly. Only one kind of a big giant candle there, but other than that, pretty orderly and at a critical level. I mean, if this takes out 20 tomorrow, I mean, look underneath for AI. I'm going to stick an alert there, 1994. A little bit what I'm doing with GME. If GME takes out 20, boy, that's a psychological number to get through. Well, look at next. Look at next here, guys, through the 200-day moving average, which is at 603, just barely above it. This is starting to run here. And when you look left, the next high looking left is 662. So let's see if it can pause just a little bit. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news for next NEXT. Not a low float either, 133 million in the float. So it's not a low float. It's not an earnings play. I don't know what happened here. Boy, look at the market now. Boy, what another topsy-turvy day, guys. We had to move up, a little pullback, nice hour and a half up, and now look at this, and this is now turning into a giant red candle. PRST, you're going to hold overnight, John. Okay, let's take a look at PRST. PRST. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you put a stop at 226, as long as it doesn't gap down below that, it's a 40-cent stop. So if you were going to do something like that, that means you have to have an expectation of 80 cents, 46, 346. Now, it could stall here, but I mean, I guess you're looking at up in this area. Yeah, arbitrary stops. That's what actually I was going to talk about. And then I got sidetracked, kind of pulling your leg a little bit on the UCAR. Yeah, arbitrary stops. I mean, people, I don't understand. Oh, I have a 10-cent stop every trade. I have a 20-cent stop every trade. I have a 1% stop every trade. I mean, I'm not saying, if it works for you, fine. But yeah, I mean, in my opinion, your stop should be based on something a little more, we can even call it scientific, some form of support on the chart. But just to sort of, as Shady's saying, arbitrarily keeping the same stop on every single trade, it doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, you know what may be turning into a short now, guys? A nice little short could be LVS. with this market falling the way it is, look at LVS just underneath the whole number. Well, it was underneath the whole number, 62. And you can kind of see if it takes out 62, there is a big amount of room underneath. Of course, it was a pop because of earnings. It was a nice call by Real in the pre-market for me, this would have been a little too choppy, but I can see depending on your share size. Look at this, but boy, something's happening here. Look at this SPY, just giving it up. Wow, yeah, look at Nova. Nova making a new high after that pullback. Next high looking left is 1876 for Nova, and that's on a daily chart. 1876 for Nova. And look at the volume. This is going to be could be the biggest volume bar of the day. The volume right there was 1 million, a little over 1 million. This is 819,000. Still has 3.5 minutes to close. So if the volume keeps pouring in, yeah, you're right. UIHC. I don't have. Well, you know what? I don't have that much, but the more it keeps going up, it makes my position look pretty good for UIHC. Some news dropped about Russian spy ships being used to prepare to attack Great Britain in the future. Okay. Vladimir Putin is preparing to attack the UK. The deployment of his spy ships is chilling. Britain is far from ready to counter whatever he has planned. For a long time, it was only speculation. Now we know for certain. All right. And Alex in our YouTube room from Sweden is saying the same thing, surveilling Sweden as well as in news in the past few days. Yeah, you would think maybe some of the defense stocks would be popping here. LMT. Wow, yeah, interesting. Why would it be dropping? Why would some of these defense stocks be dropping? Even utilities are dropping. Ah, man. Well, yeah, I mean, you're gonna find most of the like I'm sure most of the large stocks, like the Metas, and they're all gonna be tracking, following the SPY down. Some of the large stocks like Bed Bath and Beyond. I'm sorry. It's so well, not funny, but with Wedbush putting a 10-cent price target on them, when I think it was around $3 or $2. I mean, it looked like they were just trolling them, but it's getting closer and closer to reality. Yeah, Todd, I don't. Yeah, 1 minute, 1 minute charts. I don't know. I always say it like this: if you can find a way, I don't mean you necessarily, because it doesn't sound like you have, but you can find a way to trade successfully using a 1 minute chart, fine. But boy, oh boy, there's so much noise. One, two, even a 2 minute chart. Well, draw. I hope not. Hope he's not coming for Canada next, but you never know. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to put myself on mute. I'm still here. I'll be here till 3:20. So if you have any questions, please ask away. Don't be shy. What? Car halted on the way down? Well, this looks like, look at Verizon here, VZ. I mean, this, of course, knocked down because of AT&T. I'm sure they have AT&T had earnings. These guys, Verizon will have earnings on the 25th. So that'll be next week. Already in advance of that, though, I guess based on AT&T earnings. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So what I'm going to do is just put myself on mute. I am here. Honey? You know anybody in Ferguson? Oh, that's Santa. He worked at Health Safety or something like that. He's in Halifax. Because my Michael, Ross, I was mentioning Santa Stock and Al Ferguson. And right. Ah. You know what price you got for your auction? Oh. Well, I think it got up to maybe 81, 60 or something like that. Yeah. Oh, I haven't looked. Well, if it's one, it's probably a higher price. Does it say how many shares? 860. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Probably. Just, no, I'm not even sure. Questions here. All right, guys. I'm going to shut down now. So I'm actually going to wait and see if this one, believe it or not, takes out that highlighter on. That's the UCAR. So again, thanks for all of the help. We'll do this tomorrow, starting at 8 o'clock in the main room. You guys can no later than 8 o'clock. It's usually open a little bit earlier. So you guys can talk between 8 and 9. Get live on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Okay, and now my YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down. We'll see you tomorrow at 9.